Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to a Friday stream where we're going to be working on Listed, which is an app that will allow users to create, share, and watch lists of YouTube channels. This is it. This is the app. You can log in with YouTube. This does Google OAuth, and we're using Auth.js, Auth Core. Choose your account, get redirected back. This is a SvelteKit app. I guess I didn't mention that. And then you have your created lists. Last time we wrote a bunch of hacky code just to get this stuff working, but today we're gonna clean it up. But for instance, I created a list that has the Coding Garden main channel and Coding Garden archive channel all in one. So if I click on this actually calls the YouTube API, and you can see these videos are from the archive channel, and this video is from the regular channel. And for instance, we also created a JavaScript list. Right now, it takes a really long time to load because, well, not this one. Dev channels. It takes a long time to load because right now it's waiting for the YouTube API request to get all of those channels from the YouTube API, and then it combines them together. So yeah, we need to do some optimization, some caching, and then also some streaming. So someone opened up a PR on the repo that demonstrates uses streaming, which is newer in SvelteKit. Also, we need to lazy load the images themselves. Mattia is here. What's up, Mattia? Thank you for being here. Mattia also made a PR that I merged in. But and we need to fix the UI. Right now, it only is a single column. We need to add multiple columns. But you can see this one list has me do dev, live overflow, tsoding, traversing media, beyond Fireship, web dev simplified. So this is the idea of the app. You get to create a list, and it's going to pull in multiple channels. So when you create a list, do you have multiple YouTube channels, Mattia? Oh, great, great one for you. So Mattia has the Joy of Code YouTube channel. I'm not subbed on this account. I'm subbed on my other account. You don't. Oh well, we're gonna make a list with a single channel on it. We're gonna call it Joy of Code. The Joy of Code. And so you create your list, you give it a name, and then you can start adding channels. So if I search for Joy of Code, this hits the YouTube API, and it gives me back all the YouTube channels that match that name, and then you can add it to the list. Actually, let's do a combined Coding Garden and Joy of Code list. I think I make code pretty joyful. So now this is going to be a list that brings in those two channels. If I click create, weird stuff happens, but now we have a list that combines Joy of Code with my YouTube channels. I had other examples like cooking channels, and you could create your own lists as well. So this is our app. This is what we've done. Let's say hello to everybody, and then merge some PRs. Well, actually, a bunch of PRs have been merged. I need to resolve some merge conflicts, and I can also show you some of the stuff that we did merge in. And just real quick, yeah, Mattia removed code. they removed 20 lines of code, but it's a good thing because we saw the article that was released that talked about you don't have to import these types anymore. It just works. But Mattia went through and just ripped out those things. So now the code is much simpler. It's literally just a function. You don't have to pull in the generated types, which is pretty nice. Same thing for page data and action data. It just knows what it is, which is cool. So thanks to Mattia for that PR. Did I merge something else? Oh yeah, Omar had a quick one. Yeah, it's SvelteKit stuff. So anytime we were referencing data from our server file, like the part of a route that only runs on the server, we essentially define data and then we can access that in the page. And now we no longer have to import those generated types. Yeah, Omar added this use enhance prop. We're going to be working on that form today as well, but I went ahead and merged that in. And then we're just working on the code that we're working on. Let's say hi to everybody, and then we'll get into it. Real quick, an advertisement for myself. I have a live course coming up on React and TypeScript. So if you're at the point in your development journey where you would like to learn React and TypeScript, definitely check out my course, reactroots.com. There are going to be paid participants are limited to 30, and there are only 18 tickets left. So check out the website. Look at my latest YouTube video if you want to learn more about it, just to see if this is something you'd be interested in attending. It's also going to be broadcast for free on Twitch, so if you don't want to pay for it, you can watch it for free on Twitch. But yeah, and thank you for that. Yeah, in the chat, there's all the info as well. All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. If you want me to say hi to you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding, hi-yo, vo, hi-yo, or boga, hey. Say any one of these things, I will notice you. What's up, JT? Going back in time, 36 minutes ago, Mark. Mark was the first to say hello. What's up, Mark? And welcome in to America 2050. And Cinco Meister, how's it going? What's up, Veeb and Poplip and Amasil and Flip and Abdessa Amada? Let's pause and take a quick stretch. Good day. I associate that with like Australia or New Zealand. Is that offensive to say it's either of them? I feel like they have similar lingo. What's up, Bob? And Hasanali, Crazy Vulcan, Shark Turn Up, how's it going? What's up, Crypt, and Zelino, and Timon, and Acid Spark, and Sequel, and JT, and One Sira, and Bogahay Ripoff, thanks for being here. What's up, Curried Lambda, and Pit Play Fun, and No Lawn Chairs, and Mike the Tree Climber, and Air Couldn't. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to see you. Let's look at my messy code and make a plan for today. Because if you tuned into the last live stream, basically, like, I'm really fed up with not getting things done on stream, right? Because we spend so much time in configuration and figuring out types, and it's like we barely get any actual stuff done. So like the last hour of the last stream, I just threw caution to the wind and literally wrote the code required to just make this thing work. And now we got to go clean it up. Yeah, good day, mate. Good day. Good day. We have focus mode, but it's not really even that I'm not focused, because I'm still doing things. It's just I'm not actually getting features done is the thing. But regardless, we're going to try our best. Actually, one of the first things I need to do is I need to merge the main into my branch, because I'll show you how I've been working. Essentially, at the end of last stream, I pushed up to a branch called Create List with Channels, and then also opened a PR. But WIP stands for Work in Progress. I still have some work to do on here. But in the meantime, like I mentioned, I merged like 2 or 3 different pull requests. So I need to pull that in here. So I'm on this branch. I'm just going to do git pull origin main. And there's a man in the middle attack, apparently. Let me look at this really quick. Well, it's yeah, I'm being man in the middle for GitHub. That can't be real. That can't be real. It could be that the fingerprint for thank you, David. I was like, great. I was like, I'm not being man in the middle. They have updated their RSA and SSH host keys. Great. And they did this today. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, if I run this command, it'll update it. Now, so actually, I'll describe this really quick. I don't want to leak anything, but essentially every remote server that you SSH into, the first time you connect, your computer will store information about that server. So that way, the next time you connect to it, it verifies that little piece of information. And if that little piece of information is wrong, it's possible that you're connecting to the wrong server and someone's like trying to steal your info. So it's a good thing that this is happening. Yeah, it's exactly the known host file. So every time you connect remotely to an SSH server, an entry gets added to that file. Yeah, I'm not going to show this because, I mean, this shows every server I've ever connected to. And in a way, that could leak some things. But yeah, if you go on your computer into the .ssh folder, there's a file called known hosts. And every server you've ever connected to is listed inside of there. And if things change, like sometimes on my home network, I'll like wipe and reload a computer without saving its SSH info. And so I have to remove it from or update it in that file because it's a brand new computer that's running at the same IP address. So that's a thing. Yeah, and then that command that AutoMagic shared, you only run that once to update it, basically to replace the existing one there. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying, AutoMagic. It's just going to reveal my IP addresses, which I don't want to do. I mean, most of that people could find if they just scan the internet, but I don't want them to see all my IP addresses that I've connected to. Okay, so now if I do git pull origin main, and I guess the other thing I'll mention is because my remotes here are over SSH, you can't really tell that here, but if you do git remote -v and you see HTTPS, then that is, I killed the command. I didn't run the command. I just wanted to show you my remotes. And this is why it was complaining, because in order to pull from here, it actually does it over SSH. But if you do git remote -v and you see that it's HTTPS instead, then you're not using an SSH remote, and you wouldn't have that issue that I just had. But let's do it. Git pull origin main. And then it's like, yo, we've never connected to this server before because I removed it from the known hosts. So I'm like, yes, this is GitHub. Here we go. Here we go. Do I have changes right now? Oof. Okay. Yeah. So conflicts. We have conflicts. We need to resolve a merge conflict. So basically, I'm working on this branch locally. I tried to pull down from main, and it does not know how to merge automatically. There are two things that I'm going to need to merge manually. So if I open up VS Code, they actually have a visual thing for this. So if we look at, yeah, the ones that have exclamation marks means they're merge conflicts. So if I click on this, we actually get like a nice little UI inside of VS Code that says, which of these do you want to include? So the current change is to just have a curly brace. But the changes that I've made is I've actually added this search action. So I want to actually include the incoming change. Yeah, like that. I need to include that. And then up at the top, it's like, yo, this is what it was, and this is what we're doing. I need to keep that code there. And then I actually don't even, while we're here, I don't really even need that because of the new type safety thing. I'm pretty sure anyways. Pretty sure. Though I was getting a type error. Yeah, now it's gone. Beautiful, beautiful. And I was getting a type error, I think, because I wasn't running the dev server. Okay, but I have resolved that merge conflict. And then there's one more merge conflict. We can see on this one, it has the exclamation mark. And we can see these two things. But what I also want to show you is VS Code is being really nice about how it displays this. It's like, just click a button and you get to choose which code to keep. If we look at this file manually, so this is protected create page.svelte, this one here. If we look at this file, is it because of the plus sign? I need to put it in quotes. There we go. If I look at the actual source of the file, this is what happens whenever you have a merge conflict. It literally just has those lines of code. So if you ever see this, let's do this again. Yeah, if you ever see this, this is how we would resolve it. We essentially say, which of these two pieces of code do we want to keep? Here, it's saying that what we're merging from, or the merge conflict is, there's nothing there, and then this is the code that you want to merge in. And then here, it makes a little bit more sense because it says this is the code we're merging from, and then this is what your code looks like here. So this one and this one. And this actually won't be an automatic merge, because basically what I need to do is I need to take this use enhance and put it on the thing that I'm merging it into. So that is another thing as well. But basically, the way Git works is just with these lines. Whenever you see these less thans and equal signs and greater thans, that represents a merge conflict. And then when you open that code inside of VS Code, it's giving you a nice little UI. So instead of showing just the text, it's like you can literally choose to accept the incoming change. And then the one thing I need to do here is I gotta, and this is why Git can't merge this thing automatically, because Git knows nothing about Svelte code or HTML code, so it doesn't know how to take these two lines and merge them into one. So what I need to do is accept this change and then manually add use enhance on there as part of the merge. Yeah, so we've resolved it. Now I can add those changes. So essentially during the resolve, you saw that those were unstaged changes. Now I can add them, and then when I commit them, it will. I'll get back to my branch, and I will have merged with main. Yeah. So there were multiple pieces there. Yeah. So the conflict was the code that I was merging in didn't have action, but did have use enhance, and then my current code had action, but didn't have use enhance. Post doesn't have to be capitalized, does it? Does it? Does it? Does it? I think it's fine. It's possible the code I was merging in had it capitalized, but it should work. All right, so now I'm going to commit this. Merge with main. Oh goodness, I need to I need to disable our commit hooks, because I'm in the middle of some work here, so I know that the commit hooks are not going to run. So this is the classic no verify. Like, merge it in. I know we're good. Why am I on a detached head now? What did I do wrong? Okay. Auto merging conflict. So we resolve the conflict in these two files. Resolve all conflicts manually. Mark them as resolved with git add or remove conflicted files. Then do git rebase -- continue. So I need to run this command. I need to continue the rebase. There we go. Now if I do a git log, we can see we have the commits. So we have Omar's commit where they added use enhance. There was another one I didn't show where they did the disable buttons. There's Mattia who did that, but now I basically, if we look at the history here, we have my work in progress. We then have the 3 commits on top of that, and then we have the merge commit, which basically told Git how to combine those two things together. Yeah, with GitHub Desktop, it would be a very similar thing as what we saw in VS Code. Like, you pick and choose what you want, and GitHub Desktop probably would have done this git rebase continue automatically. But we're good to go, because if I do git pull origin main now, it should say I'm up to date. Up to date. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's restart the app. So database is running. Yeah, someone has a Yahoo email. And we're good to go. So now we reload the app. Beautiful. Yeah. I won't review a portfolio today, but if you tune in during one of the code Q&A streams, I might have a chance to review it. Okay. We are merged. Let me double check all of the pull requests that are open right now, and see if there's anything else we should merge before I continue working. I think I should merge this one, because right now, if you click on a list that has a lot of data that needs to be loaded from the YouTube API, the page just hangs. Watch, I'm going to click this. I clicked it. I guess it's possible it was like cache, but like it's taking a really long time to load. Basically, what we want is we want to navigate to the page and then show a loading spinner. One of the ways that Svelte has built in for that is known as streaming, where essentially some of the data we return from the server and the server-side load, we can specify that it's streaming, and that means the page will load, and then eventually when the data is resolved, we can use it. And so Vishal made a PR to do just that. And it's not too complicated. Essentially, the load function, instead of returning the data directly, which ultimately we literally await this call. Yeah, so this right here is what's taking a long time. Is that UV? Nice. So this little piece of code is literally waiting for the YouTube API to get back with the latest 10 videos of every channel in that list. So it literally waits for that, and then we send the data to the client side. But if we swap it around and we put that inside of this streamed property, now on the client side, we can do this fancy thing. We can await the data. So the page will render almost immediately because we don't have to wait for that API request. But when the page renders, it's going to show a little loading spinner. And then finally, when the data is available, we get to list it out. So this little streamed attribute, or not attribute, like basically by including a property called streamed, well, I guess the name of the property isn't important. It's more so the fact that we are awaiting it. So like we're awaiting it, yeah. But basically this is like the server-side rendered way of like go ahead and render the page, and then when the data is resolved, you can make it whatever you want. So yeah, so this can be called whatever you want it to. The magic here is this await, and the fact that we are literally sending a promise to the client. So essentially what Svelte is doing is it's serializing that promise. And we can watch the network tab after I merge this in. But essentially what will happen is the page will load, and then we will actually see like a resolved network request that then adds the data to the page as well. Yeah. Reviewing PRs live is a nightmare if it was done in corporate. Yeah. So basically the refactor that they did was they took all of this code that was like waiting before returning. They extracted it to a separate function so that way they can just call it without awaiting it. And then on the client side, we await the response. So I'm just going to merge this in. It should be an automatic merge whenever I merge it. I don't know if I'm... I need to get better about just like not showing my screen whenever I merge PRs, because sometimes GitHub shows things. Cool. Yeah. Cool. And actually, they made the PR against the branch that I'm working on right now. They didn't even make it to main, which is good because that's where that code is. So if I just do git pull origin, create lists with channels, like the branch that I'm working on right now, there's a merge conflict. It's okay. I will merge it myself. Let's see. Now there's 3 merge conflicts apparently. If I do git pull, yeah, it should auto choose the origin. So this is the current change. We actually want both. Thank you, the sheep boss. You're too kind. Thank you for the gifts. Welcome in. Yeah, I think we remove SvelteKit type annotation, but yeah, but the issue is we still need to import config. So we just need to remove that, but we still need the config import. And then we want the current change, but I think we just need to add a semicolon and get rid of this. That's the merge of the two. Great. I probably should have merged this before I did the merge conflict thingy. So yeah, we want the current change. We want all that, but then we don't need that anymore. And I do like file-based routing. I think it's pretty cool. You know what I would really like? And someone can tell me if this exists. I would like file-based routing for completely single-page applications. Like no server-side rendering. I mean, I guess technically you can do that with like Next.js. And I guess technically SvelteKit can create a SPA from your app. But I'm thinking more so like a Vite or a Create React app that has the ability to do file-based routing. That would be nice. Gener routed. I'll have to look into that. Like Astro? No, basically. um, I don't know why Git is having such a hard time with this merge, because this would technically remove the progress radial import, but we need that. We need both of these. But then we can just remove this though. Yeah. And then why is this complaining? Let's kill the app, restart it, make sure all the types are being generated. Seems fine. Let's see if it works though. App loads. Yeah. So we get the loading spinner. And then finally the data comes back. Fascinating. That's so slow. So so one of the things we're gonna work on today is speeding up that load. So we're still gonna keep the data streaming, but the actual request to YouTube, we are going to we're gonna cache that. We're gonna make it not have to call the YouTube API every time. Did we bank scape? No, that's an empty list. Cool. I'd be interested to see though if we look at the network tab. Whoa, there's a lot going on here. So we have to decide on an option, because everything I've read about TanStack query is all about being client side, and we need server side caching. And like, yeah, so all of it needs to be on the server side. I think you can use TanStack query on the server side, but I don't know. It's not going to be the archive. It's basically, it allows us to create lists of multiple channels. Really, the Versal could, but I don't think it's what we want. And I want to be able to replicate it locally, because like with Versal, you as far as I know, like you can't really even test the caching until you've deployed the thing. And we need, even when I'm running in dev, I want to cache YouTube API responses. But the idea with this is, so the other thing that I can think of is I watch Good Mythical Morning. And so they have like 4 or 5 different YouTube channels, and sometimes I just want to browse from them specifically. So like I could create a list called the GMM universe and say all the GMM channels, and then put them now all into one feed. So if you search for GMM, you should get Good Mythical Morning, but then there's also Good Mythical More, which is like the show after the show. So you could add that one. There's also the Mythical Kitchen. So you could add that one like that. They also have their podcast, A Hot Dog is a Sandwich. There's also Ear Biscuits. I am a mythical beast. Yes, I am. A 3rd degree member of the Mythical Beast. And then they also have their shorts channels. So like Ear Biscuit Bites. I think it's technically official, but like maintained by a different editor. But that gives you like clips of the Ear Biscuits podcast. And then there's also Rhett and Link. Like the main Rhett and Link channel, they actually just posted a really funny video called we dug a medium-sized hole. And then Mythical Moments, that's also where clips are. But again, I don't think it's completely official, but I think they technically do pay the editor that runs, or the editor that runs it gets the ad revenue or something like that. Yeah, so yeah, Rhett and Link, I think that's the vlog channel, right? But they also, there's one more. So Rhett and Link also have, I thought it was like their music video channel. Rhett and Link topic. I think technically this would be any music that they've released. Anytime you see a topic channel, that's actually like released music. We've got Mythical Kitchen on there. Mythical Bits? Am I even subscribed to this? But regardless, basically, no, we need to fix the UI. We need to fix UI. But the one thing that I'm demonstrating right now is there are a lot of creators out there that publish things to multiple channels. And sometimes you just want to watch something from that creator or that group of creators without going directly to that channel. Yeah, I think you're right, Oscar. I don't know how we're going to get that, but that would be nice. So now by creating this list, I basically have a way of consuming all of their videos from all of their channels. Yeah, and so that's the other thing. Like Linus Tech Tips has the main channel, Tech Linked, Tech Quickie, Super Awesome Fun Show, or whatever it's called. They've got the WAN Show. They've got the WAN Clips. You could create a list that combines all of those different channels into one. So yeah, here it is. We need to clean up the UI, absolutely, but I'm trying to just give you an idea of where and why. Channel super fun. I guess that's it. How you would use this thing. Oh, I totally forgot about that. They do have Spanish dubs, don't they? Well, right now we don't have the ability to edit a list. But what we want eventually is on the list page, you should be able to go like click edit, add or remove channels to this list. And also we want to show the list of channels that are a part of this. We've got work to do. Let's make a list of what we need to work on. And also figure out why this isn't working. Data streamed videos to is not defined. Why is it loading all the videos again? Because I went out of it and then clicked back into it, and the data is not cached. Oh, we're in the middle of a merge. Never mind. We didn't finish our merge. Yeah, we'll be able to share it, and basically what you'll be able to do once it's deployed is you can literally just copy this URL and then give it to someone, and they can go directly to it if your list is not private. Okay. Merge with main. No verify. Continue the rebase. One more conflict. Yeah, basically we had to merge twice because I pulled the change in for streaming. But yeah, we basically need this one, and then we need to add use enhance on here. Enhance. Great. Another one? Why is this so tricky? Am I doing this wrong? That's typically what I've done in the past is basically I commit the changes and then it just kicks in and knows that it should continue the rebase. I don't know why it's not doing that. Wait, what? Oh, okay. I see. Now that we extracted it out, we actually want just the current change. Yes. That gives us a type. I mean, honestly, this I guess depending on how your team works, this is what's working on a team is like. We want both of these. What are you doing? Right? Okay. Current change, great. And then that's yeah, so we actually just want the current change. Okay, that's it. And the app should still run. It does. Ooh. Finally. We've done it. We've done it. We're merged in. Now we can try and be productive. Now, in the efforts of why don't I use rebase? That probably would have been, yeah, so that's probably the way to go. I just have never really, it's never been a part of my workflow. What I initially learned was pull from the branch, resolve the conflicts. But I think if I were to do a rebase with main or with the remote, it might be a bit more seamless than what's happening here. Because now, if you see in the history, I think, yeah, we have multiple merge commits in here. And I think a rebase would not have needed those yeah, would not have needed those merge commits or something like that. Okay, this is a type error that I am not going to fix right now. Yeah, I could have stashed my change, but I don't think I had any changes. I don't know. Let's just make a list of what we want to do today, and then get to going. So today, some of the things we need to do are cache YouTube API response. Yeah, Svelte has conditional rendering. It's just like the if else, but what we were looking at was like a conditional rendering based on a stream. It depends on the team you're working on. Like there's a Gitmoji. Some people have come up with an emoji guide to your commits. Probably the more professional thing is conventional commits. I probably should just be using this. But yeah, people have various opinions about what your commit messages should look like. Yeah, that's the link. I don't even follow this one exactly. I like sparkles for new features, bugs for bug fixes, rockets for deploy, construction for like work in progress, bookmark when I release a version. That's about all I use. Yeah. Okay, we need to cache the YouTube API responses. We need to update the styles. So update create form styles. Right now, things start to get smushed. It's not the best experience. We need to update the list page styles. Right now, it's a single column. And we need it to be responsive. It should be multiple columns on larger devices. Yeah, so right now, we are... so we need to fix the video order. So fix YouTube video order, because we're getting the latest 10 videos from every channel, and oh, that's good to know, Brilvia. So I've never even used that, but I've seen a lot of projects that do it. Because if you use conventional commits and then you use semantic release, it can take all of the commit messages and then put them into one nice little summary that is, this is everything contained in this release because it sees it in all of the commits. Yeah, I should probably do this. This is another thing that I've never used, but I see open source projects that use it. Oh yeah, so that's the other thing is, so fix YouTube video API, 6 YouTube video order, so latest by default, which I don't think it's doing that. And then the other thing is lazy load video and images. Lazy load the embedded video and thumbnails. Because right now, it literally puts 60 iframes on the page, which makes the page load really, really slow. So, yeah, lazy load means only load it when you need it. So, for example, right now, I can only see these first 4 things. And so let's say the page just loaded. These are the only 4 things that should have been loaded. And the other aspect of that is right now I load the entire iframe, and what I should do is only have the thumbnail because we get that back from the API, and then like when the user hovers over it, then embed the iframe. So we're doing too much work up front. Because the other thing is, as I scroll, then we should start to load the thumbnails. But right now, every single thing loads automatically. So we want to make it so that we only load what's needed to prevent the user from having to load so many from having to load so many things. Yeah. Talking about the commits and stuff, that was the issue in my flags repo. The merge was a combined merge. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Cache the API response, fix the order, lazy load, update the create form, update the list page styles. Need a list edit page. So right now, after you create the list, there's no way to add or remove channels. And then the other thing I'm thinking of is we need to update the DB schema, because I actually want to include channel image, because right now it only has the channel name and description. I want the image, the handle, and honestly, like a bunch of metadata. So I also I want a lot of metadata. And like number of subscribers. Yeah, we may not get to verified badges today, but because I don't know if there's a way to get it from the YouTube API. And if we can't get it from the YouTube API, then we might have to result to a, or we might have to fall back on a non-official YouTube API, which I don't want to do today. Yeah. Well, we're not going to do all of this. Like, we have to prioritize. I think we should start with updating the DB schema, because everything else touches the DB schema. Yeah, well, there's a project that's called the YouTube Operational API, and that's basically what they do is they scrape the page to get the verified badge. So yeah. I think. Oh yeah, and then we talked about this last time, but we want to create a more resilient YouTube API response. We basically want to, these two are like combined, but right now the way the YouTube API responds, sometimes, so it responds with like a list of results. Sometimes there's literally, did I spell a more verbose, or a more, not verbose, robust. Robust. Because right now the YouTube API will respond with an array of results, but the undefined can literally be in that list of results, which is ridiculous. But we should make it so that we have some types that basically clean up the data before sending it back to the front end. Also, like I think sometimes like maybe the description could be empty, or like the thumbnail image isn't always the same property. So basically, we need to figure out the best way to take the data we get back from the YouTube API and make it nicer to use in our code base, so we don't have a bunch of like optional chaining and stuff like that. A $20 billion company API response. Yeah. Okay, so I think, just real quick, I think this is going to be a quick little win, is if we update the styles. So the list page, let's just do this first, because it should be easy enough to change it so that it's not just a single column layout anymore. The size of the layout changes depending on the device size, and then the number of columns changes as well. Let's work on that, because then it'll be nice and visual. And then what could go? What could go wrong? An easy win? I hope so. Honestly, let's time box it. We're not going to work on this for more than 30 minutes, but the idea is in 30 minutes, this page, it's still going to load slow because we have to fix that, but this page is going to look way better. And also for testing, we should do it with something that only has a couple of channels like this one. Okay, so first of all, let's get into this. The top level layout is making everything in the container basically mobile size, and we need to fix that in our Svelte layout. You can see right here, 80 is the max width. We should, or 80 is the width. And basically by doing mobile first, so basically we've designed for mobile, but now we can describe how things should be when you're on a larger device. So Tailwind has the medium marker. So let's say when you're on a medium device, we could do width or max width medium. And then we'll also get rid of, I think we'll get rid of width 80. And then we can do like on a large device, max width large. Let's see what happens. Great. It got a little bit bigger. I think I want it to be even larger than that. So I think we also have like max width with XL. I'm actually curious what that is, because we might even use a larger one. So right now we're just adjusting the size of the container. Once we've got the right size of the container, then we can go into each of our individual pages and adjust the layout of each page. Because yeah, we can see here, max width large is 32 rem. I mean, I kind of want like really big, really, really big. Is it weird to do this? I don't think it is, right? So, a large device should be this big. Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, good call. I shouldn't be zoomed in. It honestly, it needs to be even bigger. Yeah. Put it without a unit? Basically, like let's okay, so I'm at 100% zoom. Let's see how the page reacts as we go. So, that's as big as it gets. Actually, no, I think somebody might have mentioned this. If you're on a large device, we should do width screen. Someone in the chat just said, it was Nikki Poo. Just make everything max width 7XL. And then, yeah, and then when you're on smaller devices, we can maybe just add some margin. So full width, but at a certain point, it doesn't get any larger than that. Is this what we want? Maybe it is, and then we can do 3 columns from within this. I think I'm okay with this. We can see now everything else. Like if we log out and we look at the homepage, yeah. So now, now the homepage, like that text, which I think we were originally just designing for that, but now it gets stretched really long. We'll have to fix the homepage. We are gonna make it a grid, but we have to design the max parent container size, because this is the container size, and now each page will get to decide if it wants to be a grid or a flexbox. So, like this, I think we also use like a max width, but now when we go here, it's that max width. Honestly, it should just be the whole page size, and then, yeah, it should just always be the whole page size, and then we decide from there. Because like I would love to see like 6 or 7 columns. I think this is the way to go. Just make it full. Make it full. And then each page gets to decide Yeah, and then we don't need automatic margins. We could do something like this. Yeah. It kind of breaks the page though. Maybe I want padding? Maybe I wanted padding. I think I wanted padding. Thank you, Nikki Poo. Padding should work. Yeah, so that way, there's also always just like a little bit of space, always a little bit of space. That's potentially what we could responsive design. We could say, like on a small device, even less. Yeah, like only 2, but on a medium device, a little more padding because we have the real estate for it. And then on a large device, even more side padding. I like that. As we go here, there's just like a little bit more space, a little bit more space. Fine, fine. Okay. I did 4 twice. 8. 8. Yeah. Well, not that. But yeah, now when you're on a large device, 8 makes sense because you have the screen real estate for it. And it gets smaller and a little bit smaller. All right, I'm happy with that. Now, what that allows us to do is on the videos page. So list a specific video here. This whole page we can put inside of a container that is a grid. I mean, really, just like the video section is in a grid. Like here. And then we can say make it a grid. And then the number of columns on mobile is just going to be 1. But if we're on a medium device, then we get 2 columns. And if we're on a large device, we get 3 columns. And if we're on a really big device, we get 4 columns. Beautiful. Beautiful. We can also add a gap. Welcome, Inventorio. That's looking good. That's looking pretty good. And then yeah, so for large devices, you get 4 across, then 3, then 2, and then small you get 1. You think a bigger gap? Let's see what it looks like. I don't like the big guy. I like it half of that. Yeah, we could go all the way. Yeah, so like so on 2XL, give it 5 columns. Yeah, I like that. Responsively, does that only work for like deployed apps? Yeah, so we'll get the aspect ratio going. Like last time, like I said, it was super hacky code. We literally just put the iframe embed in there. We'll style this later on so that the iframe embed is always the right aspect ratio because you can see like it's changing slightly. Taco Bandit, you're too kind. Thank you, thank you for the gifts. Is 4 half of 8? I mean, I don't. I guess you're right. You can see if you look on the tailwind. What were we doing? Let's look at gap. Gap 4 is 1 rem. Gap 8 is 2 rims. So yes, it is. It is half. All right, I'm happy with this, and it already looks better. Like, let's go. Honestly, what if we did this? So like show an image, and then on hover show the iframe. No, we're not gonna do that because at that point I would want this to be its own component so that it can handle its own hover state with like a has hovered. Because otherwise we're gonna need state inside this component that manages whether any one of them have been hovered. So not right now. Not right now. Aspect video width full. That built into Tailwind? Oh, that'd be good. Yeah, okay, I'll look into that as well. Because yeah, right now it's just an embed with the video ID. But we should to do research light embed. All right, let's see what this aspect video does for us though. That did something. It's happening, everybody. we have a thing. Yeah, so if we look at Tailwind for aspect ratio, let's look into it. I mean, it is just a CSS property. I've literally never used this CSS property. I mean, I'm curious who supports it, because for the longest time there was like a bit of a hack to have like a wrapper and then like a certain amount of padding to make it 16:9. But thank you to Pranjal. Appreciate you. Have I tried arc.net? Yeah, well, I haven't tried it just because it's another browser based on Chrome, and I'm trying to not use a Chromium-based browser. That's all. It looks cool. Looks cool, I'll say that. It's supported literally everywhere except for IE. Safari supports it. Cool. Great. Great. Yeah, I use Firefox. All right. I'm pretty happy with this. Let's look at all of our other pages to make sure they look good at all of the screen sizes, but I like this. I'm excited about this. All right. And Burn MTA, thank you for the Prime. You're new. Appreciate you. Let's fix the homepage and give like a max width margin auto on the homepage here. This is the homepage. I guess whenever you're logged in, you're seeing all of your lists. It's a flex box that everything gets put into. Yeah, Arc is a web browser. Cool. But yeah, it is invite only right now. This is the one where we could do like max width small. Nookie Poo. You're too kind. Thank you for the gifts. Appreciate that. Yeah, so the front page, yeah, we have to we'll think about that once we start getting more content in the app, but yeah, we're going to have featured lists. We're going to be like we'll say things like try a list, so that way without signing up you can just maybe we can categorize things. Yeah, we can have categories. So you could basically we could have a similar onboarding experience that you get with like Spotify, where you like choose your interests and then we recommend some lists to you. And then you'll have the ability to add lists to your profile that you didn't create, but you just want to follow and watch, right? Because like, not everyone has to create a good mythical universe. Let me get this working really quick. But yeah, that's future stuff. Okay, great. So I want that to be small because it is the homepage, and then automatic margin. Yeah, it's great. But then after you log in. Yeah, it's a very stretch feature, but eventually it would be great to have stuff like that. And poopstomp.com, thank you for the comment. I mean, have you seen this? This This is the getting started screen and the be right back screen. And I've got an overhead cam with sparkling JavaScript stickers. And then this is the hi, I just started the stream scene. Yeah. This is not using Supabase. No, it's just a standard Postgres database with Prisma. Yeah. For now, this page looks fine. Well, we can work on how we display the lists later on. And then this looks cool too. Yeah, so I would love to do something like that, but right now we don't have we don't have channel images saved in our database. So that I think we'll work on that next. Our database schema, so that way we have that info to use it. And we're not lazy loading yet. No, surprisingly, it loads really fast. I don't know what's happening. This one takes a long time to load because this is like 7 or 8 different channels it has to call the YouTube API for. And you can see like it's really slow to load every single one of these embeds because we literally have this many iframes on the page. It's not a good deal. Not a good deal. All right. But this is fine. This is fine for what I wanted to do. And look at that. We got it done in under 30 minutes. So let me just commit this. Let's update the devlog. Styles look better. It's oh, you know the one thing we didn't look at? Like the create page. Yeah. So now the create page is gigantic. Let us make it a little bit smaller. Not make it so they can't be as wide. Here. So we'll probably just wrap the whole form in a div and give it a max width. Oh no, never mind. We'll just give the form a max width with margin auto. Easy. So max width, meet large, MX auto, like that. It's beautiful. And then also the onboarding page. Let's just double check that. Just because while I'm here, let's remove. Well, let's make it so that yeah, there's one at the top and the bottom because once you start working on a list, the list of channels gets really big. And then sometimes you don't want to have to scroll all the way back. You don't have to scroll down or scroll up. I don't know. We'll fix it. They both do the same thing. But let me make it so that this user is no longer onboarded. Onboarded else. And Dev Henrique, thank you for the resub. So now when this user logs in, we should be taken to the onboarding page. And we do. And we're just going to do a very similar thing. So margin auto, max width, large. And off Toto, thank you for the prime. A lot of new primes today. I appreciate you all. A fixed button that doesn't move on scroll. I like that. Not today, but I like that. That's a good idea. Shake and bake. Thank you for the prime as well. I guess. Oh, we're in a hype train, aren't we? I appreciate you all. Thank you for supporting the coding garden. I'm doing my best. I'm really doing my best. All right. Onboarding. And then we'll just max width on the form. I want a wrapper for that because the message should be max width as well. We're gonna throw it into a div. Nice. I got rid of the wrong thing. That goes there. That goes here. Nice. Let's go. We get to this page. We get here. I'm excited that things aren't as ugly anymore. So let's commit it. There's probably a better emoji for that. Beautiful. It's fine. It's a work in progress commit anyways. We also probably have to do no verify. This is going to fail. Okay. Back to the devlog. We updated the styles. Great. Now, let's talk about our database schema and talk about more information that we can store in there. Because if we look at the data we have now, let's go back into Prisma Studio. No, welcome in, Granny. Glad to see you. But if we, for instance, look at list item meta. Quick stretch. Yeah, exactly, Auto Magic. There are type errors that should be fixed before this gets merged into main, but I don't want to fix them right now because I'm trying to work on other things. And honestly, I might even fix them off stream because I'm trying to keep things entertaining. Like, fixing type errors and not working on actual features is not as entertaining for people to watch. So yeah. This is our list item meta table. So every single channel that has been added to any list gets an entry here with the name of the channel, the origin ID, and the type. Because right now the app only stores YouTube channels. So what we want is this table should also have more metadata, like number of subscribers, handle, like, and channel image. And like user handle is different from the channel name. So like my handle is @codinggarden on YouTube. But we want to put all of that in this table because whenever we pull that data in on this page, it'd be nice to say this list contains all of these channels, and then like you have cards for all of the channels, that kind of thing. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Did anybody say that, Granny? We're pretty nice here. I don't think anyone said that. Did they? It's okay to not be subbed. All right. Debounce for the API request. There's nothing special happening right now. Is it worth it to store data that can change in the database? This is a good point to bring up. Ultimately, this is a form of caching, right? So like we don't have to call the YouTube API every time we want to get information about a channel. Eventually, this would be something I would potentially do like in a cron job, or we could have it so that we keep track. We add in. Okay, this is good that we're talking about this because we want the last. I think we have updated at. We have updated at. So basically, we could have something on our backend whenever we load the list. We inspect all of the channels, and if the updated at hasn't been updated in 24 hours, or we can decide on a time, then call the YouTube API to get the latest data. But basically, this is like a form of caching because we don't have to call the YouTube API to get this info. But you're right. People change their names. They change their handles. The number of subscribers changes. So, and I guess if we're storing number of subscribers, we would want to update this like once every 24 hours, something like that. So yeah, but again, that's a problem for future me. Yeah, but eventually we'll make it so that when the list loads, if a channel hasn't been updated in 24 hours, we call the YouTube API and update that data. Yeah. Yeah, but that means I think it's totally fine to add a few more columns with the note that in the future, this table is going to be constantly updated as the app is used and as people access channels more and more. So let's go to our Prisma schema and talk about what to do. Because we have the list item meta, which has name, origin ID, which is like their YouTube channel ID. And now we want some more stuff. So I want, do I call it logo? What's it called from the actual YouTube API? Channel card. Thumbnail? Thumbnail. I like thumbnail. Because it's not going to be high resolution. It literally is only ever going to be shown like as a little circle, like you see it on YouTube. It's only ever going to be like that big at most. Thumbnail. What? Why me? Why are we getting spammers today? That's so weird. Why me? they hardly ever come over here. Wait, does that mean I'm getting more popular? Okay, so we want thumbnail. We also want number of subscribers. And I like the term subscriber count. That sounds good to me. And that's just going to be a number. And thank you, Kava. Appreciate that. Thank you for the gift. They have last updated, and then they have an update button. Oh, I get what you're saying, and I like that. So basically, yeah, you can. It's up to the user to decide if they want to click update. Oh, somebody clicked it. That's really funny. So it's up to the user to say, hey, this info has changed, and like users of the app. So yeah. Nice, Avi. Welcome in. Yeah, it's crazy to hear how much usage all of your extensions are getting. So yeah. I guess that makes sense, Stony Eagle. I actually, I don't even know if that makes sense. They're picking channels, but yeah, this should be an int. Whoever said that, no lawn chairs. You're right, because subscriber count is not a there's no decimal. It's a whole number. I don't know about those sites. Eventually, I was thinking this same app could support Instagram, TikTok, Twitch, because and then maybe even also like some kind of podcasting platform. Because when you think about it, it's a way of taking multiple in Twitter too. It's like taking streams of content produced by a content creator from multiple platforms and getting it all in one place. But I don't know. All right, subscriber count, and then custom URL. Actually, so I'm gonna take a step back here. I think thumbnail makes sense because regardless of platform, you're gonna have some kind of image that represents that user. Subscriber count is specific to YouTube. So I almost want to create a separate table called like YouTube meta. That has like a channel ID that's unique. And then a list item meta. Avatar and channel cover. Are we ever going to use the channel cover? We probably will. So I think you're right. But I'm going to keep it as thumbnail here. And then specifically for the YouTube meta, we can have a avatar and a banner URL. And then a list item meta can have a YouTube meta. But this is optional. Where does the optional go? Here? Here? Yeah, and then it references the origin ID here. Yeah, I think you're right. We need to store it somewhere, but basically the reason I'm not putting these properties in this table is list item meta in the future could also include like an Instagram channel or a TikTok channel, and this info name, Instagram ID, Instagram thumbnail, all of that makes sense, but then we can add another one that has more specific things about Instagram. Does that make sense? Okay. We got the thumbnail. Um, yeah, thank you everybody in chat for helping them out with that. But yeah, this right here is called is Prisma. It's a specific language for describing our database. And basically what we do is we run a command and it takes the code that I've written in this way and it generates actual SQL code. So all of this is going to get turned into SQL code that gets run against the database. And then the other thing it does is it generates TypeScript types. So this will get turned into a TypeScript type that I can use in my code base as well. But all of this is Prisma specific. In a bit, we'll be in TypeScript code, which is JavaScript. I mean, you might be right, America 2050, but I think it's a good description because it's a thumbnail. Typically, it's not just used for videos, but it typically describes a smaller image that is only viewed as a small image. And to me, that makes sense. Honestly, we could just call it image. That's probably the way to go. Image URL. Channel avatar? I'm just gonna say image because the channel has a name, an origin ID, and an image. And then if it is a YouTube channel, it has a subscriber count, an avatar URL, and a banner URL. What is the YouTube meta origin ID? This allows this to link up with this. So if a list item meta is a YouTube channel, it's going to have its origin ID here. Honestly, though, I don't think we need it. I guess we do need it because basically, if this is set, then we know that it has a YouTube meta. But if this is not set, then we don't know if it has YouTube metadata. Whereas origin ID is always going to be set because that could be an Instagram ID, a YouTube ID, a Spotify ID, a Twitter ID. But the only way to know what table this will match up with is with this other property here. The reason we don't, and the reason this even needs to exist is so that Prisma can automatically join the two tables together. So like I'll be able to say item.YouTubeMeta.subscriber count. And behind the scenes, the way that it finds this is because this property is set. So that's why it's not like a Boolean, like does it exist or not? Because if we did a Boolean, then we would have to do the lookup ourselves. Whereas this allows the database to do the hard work of joining the two together. I don't think so, Damon, because I've never heard of inheritance in SQL databases. So basically, this like maps to your SQL data definition language. I could see it happening. Like if it supported inheritance, then that would like remove some duplication here, and then it's up to Prisma to decide like what that actually means for a SQL data definition language. I see what you're saying because we could almost have like a timestamps type that we inherit in all of these, so that way we don't have to manually put created at and updated at. But yeah. Origin ID. Here's the thing. It technically should be unique. It technically should be unique. But if we have two different services that use the same ID, then it's not going to be unique. So I don't want to assume that. I mean, I'm pretty sure every service uses a different ID. But yeah, it's possible that we add some service later on, and for whatever reason, they're using YouTube IDs. And then now we can't have an entry for them. So yeah, I think this makes sense. All right, is there anything else we need? We've got subscriber count, custom URL. Yeah, so that to me would be handle. We'll call it custom URL because that's what it's called on YouTube. No, that means I wouldn't be able to. So let's say I have an Instagram account, and Instagram on their backend stores their ID as the same ID as my YouTube channel ID. Whatever. I mean, obviously this isn't a thing, but this is my YouTube channel ID. And if we integrated another service where this was the same on that service, then that means I couldn't have another row in here where the type is Instagram channel and the ID is the same. If I set it as unique. Right? That's basically what I'm getting at. And obviously, for YouTube and Instagram, that's not gonna happen because they use a different thing. But we're bound to choose some service that like has a duplicate ID. So I'm not gonna make that unique. Yeah, well, they won't point to the same table. They're going to point to a separate table, right? So, because the idea is eventually, if we have like Twitch meta, Twitch doesn't have a subscriber count; it has a follower count, and like we could come up with a name that could be used across them, but Twitch doesn't have a custom URL. I think they technically do have a banner URL. Twitch has a view count, which is like how many times your channel has been viewed. If we get access to it, we could also have subscriber count, like this. And the idea here is like these two things don't overlap because every service stores different things about the user. But the things that are the same, or not are the same, but the way we can represent each of those entities in the same way is they have a name, they come from a certain place, a platform, and they have some kind of image. And if there will be two different entries, and like, yeah, don't get me wrong here. So if we were to integrate Twitch, there would be a row for YouTube, like there is right now, and then there would be another row where the type is Twitch channel and the name is Coding Garden. And that guy from Holland, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Yeah, so there's still going to be separate rows, but the metadata that we get access to will be different depending on the item type, if that makes sense. I mean, I think one thing I don't have represented here is like if the item type is set to YouTube, then I know that this is going to exist. Yeah, that's what I was hoping for, Brilvio, like something that yeah, actually, no, that exactly describes what I just described here, because if we say that the origin ID and the list item type are combined unique, that means if this is set to YouTube channel and then it has a YouTube channel ID, I can't have two rows in this table with the same origin ID and set to YouTube channel. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, America 2050. At this point, if the YouTube meta exists, then that means I guess it has YouTube channel info. Yeah, and type does, if we look at list item type, right now it's just YouTube channel. Yeah. I think this. I'm not gonna overthink this. I think we're on the right track here, and I've done my best to explain what I'm trying to do, and I think the decisions I've made are correct enough. So I'm gonna keep moving. Let's see. So yeah, image and title are the main things we need, and then we have some more info. Yeah, that's fine. I think the one thing that we potentially might include. I was trying to think, like, do we include name in this table? And it's technically duplicate data, but it would be nice if I have access to an instance of YouTube Meta. I also know the name of the channel. Yeah. Yeah, it's an enum. It was an enum is what we're looking at. I don't think it'll hurt. Like, technically, it's data duplication. And technically, every time we update, and I guess also we'll include description here too. But every time this table needs to be updated, its corresponding meta table will be updated via data from the YouTube API as well. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm overthinking it. I think I am thinking about it just enough. our database is fairly complex. Let me show you really quick the ERD. And I guess the other thing I'm trying to model is the idea that we are designing our database so that it can be easily adapted in the future for our future business needs. But yeah, this is I guess it's not that complex. I've seen much more complex databases. And also I don't think I can I? Yeah, I can't. I literally can't zoom in on that. But it's okay. Did I run this by the design and database teams? I'm the database team. All right, this is great. So, is verified. Is verified is a good one. A Boolean that defaults to false. Yeah. Yeah. No, I understand it. I think ultimately that's why I'm trying to keep. I think we're done. We're done. I want to keep moving because this is what happens a lot on the coding garden, where it's like designed by committee. Everyone has an opinion about it, and then we just talk about it forever. But I think we've landed. I think we've landed. What do you got, America 2050? Oh yeah. If you want to view the ERD, check it out over there. And I'll show you, if you don't know this, I'll show you because it's actually not that intuitive. If you click, which one is it? Is it this one? Yeah, if you click this one, then you can zoom in. It's really unfortunate that they don't support scroll zoom and drag. You literally have to like click this to navigate it, but that's okay. All right, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with the YouTube meta. We do need created at and updated at. Cool. We included all those things. All right. What I'm going to do now, I think, is just npx prisma push. db push. And that will, let's see what this is saying, though. Add the required column image URL to the list item meta table without a default value. Yeah, so I'm not going to reset this yet. If I were to say yes, it would wipe out all the data in this table. And the reason is I added a new property, image URL, and I didn't say that it could be null. It can't be null. It can't be. I'm going to drop the data. in the real world, if this was like a live production database, I would potentially add the migration where it's allowed to be null, and then I would have a script that updates all of them to not be null, and then I'd add a migration that would remove the null constraint. But this is early days. The app is still in design, so we're gonna wipe everything out. We're gonna get rid of all those tables because we need to update the code that. And you constraint, yeah, that's fine. Get rid of everything. Yeah, and the thing is, like in the real world, you want backwards compatibility, especially if a thing is in production. This isn't in production yet. We're still designing the database and such. Yeah, I could have. Yeah, you're totally right. I could have specified a default as like honestly, that might have been another way to do it, but I've already wiped out the data. But you're totally right. What I could have done is I could have found some like generic image, and then I could have said the default is https://generic image.com, and then it would have put that value in all of the things in the database. Yeah, you're totally right, but it's too late. It's too late. We've already dropped it. And Kava, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. All right, so that pushed it to the database. And then I think it also did the generate. I'm gonna run it one more time just in case, but now I have TypeScript types that represent that were updated to include the extra columns and represent this table as well. I want to update this migration. Does anybody know, is there aside from just deleting this folder, is there a way to not create a new migration, but to just overwrite the existing migration with an initial migration? Of course. Use more than one? The thing is, like, we're still defining our structure, right? Like, I don't, like, the idea of adding this meta table, I don't think should be part of the history. Yeah, so that's basically what I did, is I did db push. I'm gonna create the migration. Here we go. Delete the folder. Yeah. I guess that makes sense, right, Amasil? Because if I don't have a migration file in here, then when you're running in development, you would just do Prisma db push instead of migrate. I guess that makes sense. Regardless. Now, I mean, if you're wondering, okay, so I wrote the code that looks like this, like model YouTube meta, and I describe these tables. If we look at this migration, now we can see the actual SQL code. So this is what the code I would have written if I was writing SQL code to describe that table. Okay, so we got more properties. Awesome. We should use those. We should use those and specify those whenever we're calling the YouTube API. So let's work on that now. And I'm gonna add another work in progress commit. Cool. So let's look at how we're calling the YouTube API now. I guess the other thing is, whenever we are adding a channel into our system, we need to update that table that I just showed. Happy Friday, Electrothermal. Welcome in. So in this page action is where we actually were on create. We insert them here into our list item meta. But what we also need to do is, yeah, and you can see this is complaining because I added that new required property. So image URL, we're not including it here. We actually should. And after the insert here, we also need to insert into the YouTube meta table. Let's do that because we gotta fix this creation real quick. So image URL is going to be, let's see, snippet dot thumbnails dot default dot URL. And then if it doesn't exist, we need some kind of like not found image. We don't have a designer that we can ask for, so we're just going to use placekitten.com. This one. If you don't have an image, you get this one. Cool. Oh, okay, you know what? You're right. It should be a channel avatar. Also, eventually, the data that we're working with right here will be a bit more cleaned up. This is the piece that we need to clean up. Like the fact that we have to check for a snippet and check for a thumbnail. I want to clean this up at a higher place. So like, instead of calling the YouTube API directly, there's something that calls the API, reformats it into usable data that's not missing anything, caches that, and then we get that back here. That's basically what we're going to work on next. For now, I think placekitten is fine, but we will look at, does this give you avatar image URLs? Oh, random. Does anyone know of an avatar service where you pass in like a user avatar initials, like the way Google does it? Like this. This seems fine. And then we can, do YouTube channels have a gravatar? I think this is the other thing is like the title could be, how can you have a YouTube channel with no title? Let's put this in a variable like name. And then we can pass the name in here. Like that. Easy. Well, not for videos. This is for a channel. Like how the channel itself, the YouTube API says that title might not be set. I didn't know that was possible. All right. This does the inserting. I'm just going to run a type check really quick. See if there's anything else I'm missing. I know there's some things that I won't fix right now. But yeah, this is like the list page, like the list, and then the channel selector is trying to do a thing. Okay. Let's work on the YouTube API here. We're gonna work on both of these. It needs to be more robust and it needs to be cached. So basically, everywhere I'm calling the YouTube API, I don't want to call it directly. You can see, for example, on create, like when you create a new list, actually, let's not even do the modification. Let's do when you're doing a search. So So when you're creating a list, you search for YouTube channels here. So if I search for Coding Garden, this calls my backend. My backend calls the YouTube API. I want to refactor this. So basically, this little piece of code right here should not call the YouTube API directly. Like all of this, I'm going to extract it to a separate module that will call it, change the response to not have missing things, and then we'll call that right here. So I'm going to put that in here. So I'm going to create a server folder because this can only be called from the server side. And then I'm going to create a file called YouTube API. Is it a service? Yeah, it's a service. But now this, for instance, would have a function called search that takes in a query, which is a string. And then now it does all the business of calling the API, reformatting the response, and then returning that. But now over here, all I have to do is call that function. Ideally, that's what we're gonna do. So let's move all of this code out to here. Do we use the query? We can call it Q, which is the query. Cool. We need to bring in the YouTube API. And we need to bring in the config. Cool. And for now, this just returns results like that. So all I did was I took all of that code, I plopped it right here, and then now I should call this function from over here. So now we can just say results is await get or search, something like YouTube API dot search, where we pass in that query. And then for this, I'm going to say import star as YouTube API from lib server YouTube API. Like that. And now this should behave the same way. Totally fine. This code looks a lot cleaner, right? I don't have all that YouTube specific stuff there. Let's make sure that this still works. Like that's this right here. So this should still work. I've essentially just moved it into a separate file. But now we can start to refactor how this whole thing works. First of all, the client instance can be shared by other functions. So I'm going to define other functions and they'll be able to use that. A jazz club? Maybe. Yeah, so I read from I think it was a comment or maybe it was on GitHub, but they mentioned if you have a server folder, that also makes it server only. Like you don't have to put .server on it. Like technically what we should do is move these two things into this folder so we don't have to call it .server. I'm not gonna do that right now though. Okay. This this lists all of the channels using that specific search term. So if you type coding garden, this is going to call the YouTube API and list that. And then we need more information about them. So we do a secondary request so we can get things like, are they, how many subscribers do they have? What's their handle? That kind of thing. I want to remove, so right now I'm requesting all this stuff from the API. Some of that I can actually remove. JavaScript. Oh, this is TypeScript actually, which technically is JavaScript. Let's look in our channel card because we access snippet and statistics. Those are the only two things we access. And I think sometimes we access ID too. Yeah, just snippet and statistics. So I don't need topic details. Status doesn't have any info. We're not using localizations. We probably should at some point. Yeah, we literally just need those three things, and that should have all the data that we need. So this searches for the channels. This then grabs all of the channel IDs. And really, I should clean this up as well. Like, if it doesn't exist, then don't include it. It's just actually exclamation mark today, is it? But I'll use this as a moment to I don't even know if you could call it like Twitch etiquette, but really it almost to me it comes down to like software and development etiquette on Twitch, and like also like science and tech. Any place where I am very clearly if I were to be distracted from the code that I'm writing right now, like it takes longer to write, right? And when you happen upon a stream where someone is doing work that requires thought, it would be better etiquette if you first just pause to watch and see what that person is doing to see if you can figure it out that way. And then if you can't, then you should see, is there some chat command that they have on their channel that tells you what they're working on? And then if there isn't, you can ask in the chat. But I have my title set. I have commands that tell you what I'm doing. And there's a lot of people watching. So there's like over 200. No, it's not a simple question because there's over 200 people watching. And for you to ask that, you're basically, for all 200 people that have sat here and know all the right things to know what I'm doing, you're basically saying that you don't want to take the time to figure out what I'm doing. Right? Like this. Right? I don't know. I think it, like, so for anybody else that's watching that, like, no, I'm just going to time you out because I literally told you and somebody else told you that exactly you can figure out what I'm doing. And also it's in the title. But this goes for anyone else. If you happen across any other stream where someone is doing something that requires patience and thought, don't just drop it and say, "Hey, what are you working on?" Because I literally have to stop what I'm doing to tell you what I'm working on when there are ways you can figure out what to work on. Yeah, and there are specific commands. I think for some people, they don't. It might be that they're on mobile. For some people, it's hard to see the title. I don't know what Twitch does, but it is hard to see the title. But yeah, I don't know. The thing is, like, if you watch Coding Garden long enough, you will see that I do answer that question. What are you working on? Because for a lot of people, this is the first time you're ever coming across me, right? So like, I have to, and that's your first encounter with me. So it would make a lot of sense for me to be nice to you and tell you what I'm working on. But when a channel gets to a point of like over 200 people watching, I can't literally stop for every new person to tell you what I'm working on. I have ways for you to figure that out. Why is this complaining? There's a title on Twitch. Yeah, okay, so to talk about what we're doing right now, we have refactored this function separately, and I want to clean up the response. So this little line of code is taking the previous response, which searched YouTube. So you pass in a term like Coding Garden. This gets back the response that is like a list of channels. But because the YouTube API is weird, it's possible that this list here is actually empty, and it's possible that some of the items in the list are completely undefined. So the first thing I'm doing is I'm iterating over that response, grabbing the channel ID if it exists, and then if it doesn't exist, removing it from the list. So this ultimately is a list of string. It's not though. Because this is saying string, null, or undefined. I don't like the types here. that I don't like the inferred types here, because ultimately what this is going to do is, like, if channel ID is undefined or null, it's going to be in the array for sure, but this filter gets rid of it. I think for TypeScript to be happy, I could say return like item not equal to null, and item not equal to undefined. Maybe that'll make TypeScript happy. And then now, no. Maybe that's just the way, yeah, you might be right. That might just be the way that TypeScript handles filter. But this literally will be a list of only strings with this code here. If we pass it into the Boolean constructor, it still can't infer the type. I think this is what the Primogen complains about all the time. Only strings, only strings. We've hit it. We've reached the part of TypeScript that sucks. Yeah, I mean here's another way to fix it. And honestly, this refactor here would be, and so instead of doing a map and then a filter, I could do a single reduce that only returns an array of strings. Let's do this. Use the as keyword. Check it out. So this starts off as an empty array. Of strings. String array, specifically a string array. And then inside of the reduce, we can say, if it's a thing, then we can push it in. And then we return all. This is better because then it's a single iteration, because the map and filter would have been 2 iterations. Would have been iterate, iterate, and now this is a list of string. Item as string in my predicate. Yeah, probably would have worked. I think at the end of the day, this does it in a single iteration, so it's probably better than a map and a filter. But now we're at the point where, yes, IDs are only strings. And then we can pass that in over here. That gives us back our channels. We map our original response to ID and then the channel itself. And then we get back all of the results. So results, yeah, so you can see that we did this not thing. I think, again, this is probably where I want to use a reduce instead of a map and then a filter. Item is string. Okay. It's a single ID, but so, like, technically, yes, I should call it IDs, but then I can't use this feature of JavaScript to be able to automatically pass it in. I have to specify it, which is why I called it ID. Right? I guess we could do this. This is a bit more clear. Is it valid to add comments? It is, yeah. But I would... It's the thing. I think it depends on the team that you're on. The team of this code is just me. So, like, for me, it's like, okay, do I understand this code? And I guess I do. But you potentially, if you're working on a team with people that don't use reduce very much, you might add a comment to say what this code is doing. But I have enough experience with similar type code that I can look at this and instantly know what the code is doing. Other developers might have to stare at it for a little bit. So that's the thing. But we're going to convert this also into a reduce. Just so we don't have like this weird type thing. And then this is going to be a array of schema channel. Well, you know what? No, this is actually where we're going to clean things up entirely. We're gonna define our own type. So instead of schema channel, we're actually going to give back a more nicely formatted flat response. So we'll do this. If the channel has an ID and it exists in our map, then we grab the channel. I guess we could do this here. We could say channel is that. Yeah. What's up, Ready to Die? My opinion on the matter is stop listening to all of the doomsayer news. Man, I guess we can't even do that. Okay, I'll put this inside here. But yeah, yes, AI is going to change the way that we work. It's going to change the types of jobs that are available, but we're actually a few years away from that. So if you think so here's the thing. If anything, there will still be jobs that are technical in some way. Like whether you're a robot technician or you're a AI code validator, like AIs are gonna spit out code, but you still need experts to validate them. Those kinds of jobs are still going to exist. And if you just say, oh, well, I'm not going to be able to write code the way I do now, so I'm just not going to do anything, then yeah, you're kind of like giving up too early. I guess my opinion is if you want to learn to code, if you want to do technical things, just do it now, because in a few years, yes, we're going to be at a point where it's going to be a lot harder to find jobs that are more entry level, more beginner. But if you get into it now and you become technical enough that you can validate responses, you can basically be technical enough to understand the code output and then validate it, because that's going to be a job of some kind, and also technical enough to create prompts, then yeah, get into it. So I guess my advice is if you want to learn to code, learn to code. Like AI is not going to stop, at least in the next few years, it's not going to stop companies from needing real developers. And so if you start now, 2 to 3 years from now, you'll be a senior or mid-level developer. And at that point, the beginners are going to start to really worry. But at that point, you already have the skills required to keep a job. It might be a different job, but you're still going to be able to keep a job of some kind. So that is my advice. And if there is a channel, we will say, push it in. And then here we return it all. Okay. Now, here's the thing. Instead of pushing that channel in, I think I want to define the specific properties that we need. So something like I want the title, and that's going to be channel.snippet.title. I want the honestly, we kind of want to return this in the type that we defined earlier. Yeah, and I think that's another good thing. A way to think about it as well is like start to think about how can you use AI in your job. Like how can you start to integrate those things, because that is kind of where a lot of jobs and the industry will be moving pretty soon. is AI assisted tools become part of your workflow. And so if you're not working with AI assisted things, you're going to fall behind. Like people are going to be able to move faster than you, ship products sooner, work faster. So those are the things that you should be looking into for sure. What do we want? We want this type. So if we look back at Prisma, we were looking at our schema earlier. YouTube meta. This is what I want. I want to restructure that data into this YouTube meta type. So I'm going to use this type. I'm going to use this type, and I'm going to say that this array needs to be an array of YouTube meta. Like that. And that gets pulled in from Prisma client. Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for the focus. Prompt creator for 340K? I would do that. Okay. So now we are explicitly going to specify this type, and TypeScript is going to help us out to get there. So if the title isn't set, we're just going to say no title. I'm going to copy all these properties. So that way I can fill them out. And actually it's not name, it's not title, it's name. Okay, origin ID is going to be channel.id. Channel.id. The thing is, this says it can be string or undefined. Do we not have a channel ID property? ID is a possible schema resource ID. I see, because it won't be channel, it'll actually be item. Yeah. And at this point, because we checked to make sure the ID exists, it does exist here. All right, item.snippet.description. And then we'll default to no description set. I like no title like that. Subscriber count is going to be item.statistics. Where's the statistics? Snippet. Why don't we have access to statistics here? Nullish coalescing won't work here because it's undefined. It's possibly undefined. It's not possibly. Well, I guess does nullish coalescing works for undefined? I'll be honest. I don't think I've ever found a good use for this, because there have been multiple times where I did this and then I actually wanted to do this to get the code to work. I know that all of these are going to be undefined or strings, so I'm just going to stick with or. I feel like there are more gotchas with nullish coalescing than there are with or, so I'm going to stick with or. Statistics. We lost this type somehow. Oh, I see, because it's search results. We're iterating over it. And then for every item, by ID. Oh, I see. Yeah, we do want that then. We do want the channel here. The channel is the thing that has the statistics. Yeah, and the thing is, like, I want it to be falsy. I feel like nullish coalescing makes sense if you're not dealing with messy data, but like, this is really messy. All right. channel dot snippet dot title. Great. Channel dot snippet dot ID or channel dot ID. This is string, null, or undefined. It can't be. I think at this point, this is where we use the channel ID because we know it existed from there. And then channel.snippet.description. And then now channel should have a statistics. Yeah, channel.statistics.subscriber count. And if it doesn't exist, we just say there's no subscribers. Oh, it's a string. Yeah, I think it is important to think about internationalization. I do believe the response that they give back has some stuff, some internationalization in it. I got rid of it, but there's like the internationalized info. We could potentially use that, like whatever the request, the language of the request of the user. If YouTube provided a translation, we have that here instead. Yeah, so no, like right now, this table can't be translated. There's no translated info about it in our database. We might want it to be. I'm just gonna add it as a to-do. I just can't. All right. Because this is possibly a string and I want to turn it into a number, we need some logic. We need some logic that I don't want to do inline. So subscriber count will be if this is nan, subscriber count number is going to be this. And if that is nan, then we set it to 0. Otherwise, we set it to the number itself. And in this case, we can use number.isnan. Great. Yeah, it's a blue cup. It's my background is blue. No, the count in the database is a number, but coming back from the YouTube API is a string. This is what comes back from the YouTube API. All right, avatar URL will be channel dot. Yeah, they're different. They're different. So isNaN will coerce the value and then tell you if the coerced value is nan. Number.isNaN will literally only tell you if what you pass into it is actually nan. Like if you pass a string into number.isNaN, it will return false because number.isNaN explicitly checks for is it nan. And the reason you need something like that is because in JavaScript, nan is not equal to nan. And at first you might think, well, that's weird. But if you think about it from a mathematical perspective, it makes sense because it's the same thing as like comparing two infinities. Like infinity, it just means a really large number, but that doesn't mean two different infinities are the same. Not a number means it's not a number. So two different things that are not a number are not the same. That's why. This isn't a weird feature of JavaScript. This is math. That's what that is. But yeah, so that means whatever you pass into this, it will, because you can't say nan triple equals nan, this will tell you if it is nan. Yeah. Yeah, so two things that are not in orange doesn't mean that they're the same thing. They're just both not in orange. I like that analogy. All right. Snippet dot thumbnails dot default dot URL. Beautiful. This is the avatar URL. And that's going to be that. Or that thing we found earlier. Didn't we find that earlier? Oh yeah, we did that in the create route here. Um, here, here. Um, so basically, we're going to use this avatar site that automatically creates an avatar based on the name. We can also pull this in as name as well. All right, we're getting closer. Banner URL. Brand settings. Channel dot. Is that not it? Is it content details? Um, maybe it is brand settings. Yeah. Image dot banner image URL. Like that. And we also need a fallback for this as well. Because YouTube is a sane API. Yeah, but also that means we need to ask for the brand settings here. And I need to go look at the API docs to make sure that that's the right thing that we pass in. Okay. We grab this, or we come up with some default banner image. What is the YouTube banner image size? 2560 by 1440. Branding settings. Good call. I mean, like I said, we're going to confirm it, but branding settings. Thank you. Is there an API that will give me back a square, an image, like a black image with dimensions? Like a placeholder image API. Like this. Hold it. I guess the thing is, place skulls. That's fine. The thing is, I want something like a placeholder, but I want, I just want it to be like a solid color. Let's see what this gives us though. Dummy image, fake image. I've heard of placehold it. So if we pass in these dimensions, took a while. It took a while. Do they have HTTPS? They do. Do I need a banner image if the channel does not have a banner image? But in my database schema, I said that it was required. So, solid color image placeholder API. Free placeholder image generator. That seems fine. And we can make it this color, I guess. I don't know. Hex. Nice. All right, that's going to be our placeholder. I guess technically we could create our own and then host it on our own site. I don't know. It's fine. We're going to come back to all of this. What is does listed? I don't think listed has a color. Is the thing like the red? I don't know. And then is verified for now. We're just going to say false because I don't. The YouTube API doesn't give it back. Why a placeholder instead of a simple div? Because I told my database that this would not be null. We can make it null and then handle it on the client side, but I have to update my schema is the thing. Like I can make this optional. There's like an unofficial API, so like we're gonna keep it in our database for now because we potentially will start to call an unofficial API to get this value. You basically have to scrape their site. Don't force me to add a banner. Well, the thing is, you don't have to do it. We're pulling it from the API. All right, now why is this complaining? Created at and updated at. I kind of don't want those properties. I kind of want to do something like this. YouTube meta response. Is this with an omit? I don't know if Prisma gives us something similar. Created at. Prisma provides the input type. What is it called? Oh yeah, I ended up using one, but we changed our minds though. We went from no banner image to just allowing it to be null in the database. All right, I'm just gonna search the web for Prisma input type. Advanced type safety. Oh, I see. Prisma dot input. I have to namespace it. Nice, because the create input doesn't have created at or updated at. Sweet. Wait, why is verified? Oh, because is verified has a default value. Cool. And then custom URL we can find as well. So is that channel.brand-settings.channel. I forget where we got the custom URL from. Actually, I think we're showing it in the UI. Channel.snippet.custom URL. What's up, Rashid? Welcome in. Okay. I'm working on an app, and right now we're dealing with a YouTube API response. Okay, so what I want to do right now is I actually want to extract this out because we're gonna reuse this logic in multiple places. Because basically what we've done is we've taken the YouTube channel API response and we've turned it into something that has like guaranteed properties. Sort of. It's almost like I kind of want to create my own type. Because I actually don't even want the created at or updated at. YouTube creates one for you. Yeah, this should not be null. Basically, you get an auto-generated one. So in a way, I mean, I want the input type, but I also want to omit created at, updated at, list item meta. I think I'm going to do the omit thing. It is good to know that all of these types exist because basically, like when you're dealing with the database, because some of the properties are set by the database, a TypeScript type that describes the item in the database is just that. So like when you're putting something in, you need a type that has various things that can be missing because they're auto-generated by the database. And that's what we're dealing with here. But I want to do the other thing. So the YouTube meta response, YouTube meta API response is going to be omit with the YouTube meta. I don't want created at. Can I pass multiple? Or do I have to nest this? I think I have to nest it. Created at or updated at. Like this. So this gives me a new type that doesn't have created at or updated at. But it does have everything else because that's basically what I'm creating here. Cool. But what I actually want to do is I want to extract this out into a function. Let's see if we have a refactor. Extract to a function in module scope. And Balanek, thank you for the resub. Appreciate you. So we're going to call this cleanup. Create YouTube meta API response. That's about it. It's our enterprise name. And actually what I want to pass it. So this is going to give me back the meta response. And I want to be able to pass in the ID and the item. And then here I would say all.push meta response. And this is going to take in string ID. And then it's going to return this. And we'll call it this. Great. Define this at the top of the file. And then also export it, because we're probably going to use that in some other places as well. But now that reformats it. And now when our front end receives it, we'll be able to do a whole lot less optional chaining. So like here, how we do like snippet, question mark, etc. Now we have this better better response without all of like the optional stuff, and we have some like nice defaults set. Okay. So that looks good to me. The issue now is let's double check that this is the right property to pass in, and we just have to find that in the YouTube API docs. This. So yeah, channels list, and then Branding settings is right. Okay, so that's confirmed. All right, now we need to update our front end because because now our backend response is returning a different format. So now the search here is returning our new format, which is this YouTube Meta API response. And so now on our front end, we need to use that instead of what we were passing back before. Yeah, it would be American 2050. I'll add a to-do here because yeah, we absolutely don't want to be using an external service like this. Like I'm just gonna add a to-do. To-do, use our own avatar service. Okay. Yeah, we could. That actually would be like a fun little project. Basically recreating that thing. What are they? UIavatars.com. I mean, I don't know if it does it send back a it sends back a PNG. So they literally generate a PNG image on the server side with the embedded like CNG. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. And I think they have like a lot of other ways you can generate them too. You can change the color. Yeah, this would be fun to recreate. GPT can generate those images. That's pretty cool. I haven't tried the image generation of ChatGPT. Okay, now this page should be broken. Yeah. Because we're sending back a different response, we need to use those properties instead. So I'm hoping we get some actual type errors and we can update that here. Oh, good call. Let's actually just fix that really quick. That's better than a nested omit. You can pass in a union type. Let me fix the UI and then we'll take a break. But honestly, I kind of want to fix the UI and then stop streaming. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm gonna keep on going though, because yeah, that returns that, and then over here, we get back the channel list and data form. I think we lost our type safety. Maybe not. Okay, so form.results. Form.results is a thing then. Okay. Where do channels come from? They come from the form results? So we search for a channel, and in order to search for a channel, it's a nest. I forgot. It's a nested form. What did I change in this file? So it's the nested channel selector. And this has form.results, and for every result, we get that YouTube Meta API response. Now, channel card should be the one yelling at us about the type. I think. No, because we need to change the type. So now, if we change this type to be YouTube Meta API response, oh, but then I can't import it on the I can't import it on the client side. We need to extract this. So I thought I was exporting the type, but also this can't. Oh, you're right. I didn't export it, but I need to put this in a shared file. Almost like types. Will it let me import the type? Okay, let's try. Let's try. So if we actually export it, okay, and then now I feel like I should get type errors, but that's okay. Channel, Chanel. That's what? Strings, number, symbol, YouTube meta? It's an array, but in this one component, it gets one of them. We might have to change the type in multiple places. We definitely do. Because on the channel selector, this is no longer a list of schema channel. This is now a list of YouTube API response channel. And honestly, we should rename that to YouTube meta, YouTube channel meta API response. I'm going to rename this. Did that change it everywhere? Nice. YouTube channel meta API response. YouTube channel meta API response. YouTube channel meta API response. And then page itself. YouTube channel meta API response. Channel IDs is not assignable to tap map string number. Oh, you're right. Because it's channel dot. Why am I not getting type completion in here? This is super weird. I'm gonna reload VS Code. Because at this point, I think we actually want origin ID. This, but I should see a type error right now. I don't know why. It lets me do any. Yeah, these are the errors I would expect to see, but I don't see them in VS Code. There they are. Maybe I had to run a SvelteKit sync. Man, okay. We want origin ID. We want origin ID. Great. Okay. One at a time. All right, that one's taken care of. Now this one. Great. So now this is just going to be channel dot avatar URL and channel dot name and channel dot name and then channel dot avatar URL and channel dot name. channel.name, channel.avatar URL, and then channel.subscriber count. Beautiful. That cleans this up nicely, so we don't have all that like optional chaining. We know that these properties are going to exist, and we set the default errors on the back end. So that's awesome. Now, where else can we do this? Yeah, so if channel IDs has channel.origin ID, cool. Custom URL? It's whatever I called it. You were right. Yeah, so instead of did I replace handle somewhere? Snippet.custom URL. Yeah, you're totally right. Thank you, Soj King. Appreciate you. Yeah, you're right. This is custom URL because it's below the name. Yeah, where we just were, we could totally do that. Thank you, Kigus. Because now origin ID must be defined. Nice. This is this already makes me so much happier to work with the data because there was just so much optional stuff everywhere. Okay, that looks good. And now if we run the type check again, we're gonna fix these soon. That's a different one. But now if I search for Coding Garden, it works, but again, that's that reformatted data. So that's there, and it shows up over there. Beautiful. Beautiful. Robust. Well, we have to handle this for videos as well. And we have to do some caching. But that was step one. So that's the data used by these two little pieces right here. The other thing is the data that's used when creating a new list. So let's try to handle that. So on create on the back end, we do this. 3 out of 7. Yeah, I can't stream for 5 hours again. I was streaming for over 5 hours yesterday. I can only be live for like another hour at most. I just can't. So right here, we are trying to find a single channel by ID. Let's get that, but instead of like refactoring this, I guess we will refactor. Basically, it's like this. This is a single YouTube channel. Yeah, no, so yeah, we've already done that. Basically, all of this code gets removed because over here is where we actually call the functions. So this should be the only place where we actually pull that in. And then we can have another function that's like find channel or get channel with the ID, which is a string. And that's where we do this business. So we'll return this or null. And look to, thanks for the 8 months. But we'll actually we'll reformat it. At this point, we have the ID and the snippet. But if we get all of this stuff as well, let's actually extract this into a reusable variable like channel parts. Channel parts is that. And then now when we get a single channel, we'll pass in the channel parts. which means if we have that, then we can reformat it, right? We can, we'll just do an if statement. So if this thing exists, if we found it, then we're going to return with the ID and YouTube channel, like that. Otherwise, we return null. Exactly, America 2050, exactly. So here we serve from the cache, or if we pull it from the cache and it was cached 24 hours ago, then we call the API. But yeah, this is basic. Anytime you see me doing client.search.list or client.channels.list, we would want to pull that response from the cache first, and then decide if we want to recall their API. For now, we're still just calling their API. Okay, I like this. This looks good. Now we can call this function instead. I was thinking Redis. I was playing around with Redis yesterday for some stuff, and it seems fine. Seems fine. It's really all we want is like key value store. We'll store the key of like the params, and then the value is a stringified JSON, something like that. Okay. Now this becomes get channel. So we can replace all of this with, am I redefining channel somewhere? I don't think so. Get channel with ID. And then if that channel existed, we need to await it. If that channel is not null, then we can use it. And then we can get rid of this duplicate logic, right? We don't have to do the reformatting again. We can literally just say name is channel.name, and then image URL is channel.avatar URL, like that. Easy. And then I guess the other thing is if the meta didn't exist, then we also need to insert into the YouTube channel meta table. And here, because we've already formatted it, we should just be able to pass in the channel. Let's see what it complains about. Oh, data. Yeah. And then we've already formatted it in a way that Prisma is going to accept it and put it into our database. So yeah. So the reason for Redis is like when we deploy this, we might deploy it as a serverless function, and then the serverless functions are not long lived, so we can't do in memory. So yeah. Oh, set a key with an expiration. I like that. Yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff we can learn about Redis if we get into it. So yeah, this creates the item meta. This creates the yeah, we'll need to do some research for sure, because from what I've seen, Redis seems like it's what we need, but I don't have much experience with it. Just I've done some basic usage of it. And then thing is so we added description to the thing, so we don't have to do that anymore. Because that. Okay, that cleans this up. Now I think the only other YouTube API request we have is on the channel list page. So we'll update that. But now, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Honestly, I guess we can search the whole code base for client and or YouTube I'll just go there. I know exactly where it is. Because it's on the list page. Here. This is calling the YouTube API. Yeah. So there's only two places, the place we refactored it to, and then this one, which needs to be changed. And then that is in the refactored place. So this is the last spot that's calling the YouTube API directly. Let's go ahead and refactor it into our one spot. So at this point, we'll also create like another type that represents the YouTube video itself, so we don't have like weird stuff like this. We will refactor it right now, right now. Yeah, and I think I just thought of something. We actually need to rename this function. So we called this search, but we need to rename this to search channel. Yeah. How hard is it to refactor TypeScript as opposed to JavaScript? You just saw it. So I literally did function F2, gave it a new name, and now everywhere else, I mean, technically JavaScript can do that too if there's nothing too weird about your imports. But it was able to know where every reference of that was, and it replaced the name. And we can verify that. So if we go back to our backend create search, it replaced it. So YouTube API.search channels, I just did an F2 rename, and it automatically was able to find it and rename it. Across multiple files. Yep. Yeah, every single file that referenced it got updated. Okay. This whole thing, honestly, we'll just pull this whole function out. I think it was Veeb who did the refactoring. Was it Veeb? Correct me if I'm wrong. Someone refactored this, and essentially we just need to we'll just pull the whole function out. But we are going to reformat the response. It was you. Yeah, great work. It makes it really easy on us, because now we'll just say like YouTube API dot get videos, something like that. And we'll say import star as YouTube API from lib server and then YouTube API. Like that. Cool. And now it's complaining because it's like, hey, get videos doesn't exist. We need to define it. So we will define it. Yeah. So we're doing named exports. So we have individual exported things. So like create YouTube meta API response, get channel, get videos, search channels. But by doing import star, that just namespaces it. And ultimately, I don't want to have a top level function called get videos, because that could interfere with other code. But that's another way to do it, is you used a named import with get videos, and then down here you only call get videos. But I like being able to look at the code and see where that function is coming from. So I'll do it like that. Yeah. Why am I using separate functions and not methods of a class? Because it would be a singleton instance if it was a class. Ultimately, all of these functions share this same instance of the client, the API client. So that's one way to organize the code, right? So like basically you have a class with all of these methods on it, and then like client is an instance property, but there's only ever going to be one. I think did I remove it? Yeah. So, and like this, now that we're refactoring, we don't have to do it twice. We define it once and we can use it in multiple. I think this is a nice way of structuring things. Like, Wrap it all in a namespace? Oh, and then you can just import the namespace directly? I've never done that. But I guess the kind of like the argument I'm making is, um, this works in a similar way because it is singleton, where we're basically using the mechanism of modules in JavaScript or in TypeScript, and to me that kind of replaces the need for a class. Yeah, or even an object. Yeah, I mean this is tree shakeable, but it's server side code, so it's not going to be tree shook. I guess it might be during the build process, but it's server side code anyways. I guess at a certain point you're probably worried about your Lambda function size. Then tree shaking would make sense. I don't know. I prefer this. I can have nice little functions, import the ones that I need. Tree shook. Good to go. All right. Let's do the reverse process. Let's actually look at what properties I'm using on the client side, and then figure out how to reformat this response into those properties. So specifically on the list page itself, we are accessing the video. So video dot. These are the things we need access to. So we're going to create a custom type that only has those. YouTube video API response. And this will have thumbnail URL. Gonna be a string. And it will have a title. It's going to be a string. It will have a video ID, which will be a string. It'll have a... Do we need the channel title? Sure. What's up, Alka? Welcome in. Video.snippet.title. Yeah, and then we have that already. So, at least for now, these are the only properties we need about each. We could get the view count. We could get the duration. You're right. Since we're already here, we should do that. But, and the number of likes. Yeah, we're going to get everything we can back from the API. So now this is going to be a YouTube video API response array. Like that. And if we look at the search API, well, you know what the issue is though? We don't. We'd have to do a double request, very similar to how we did this for searching channels, where we get the initial channel information, but then we have to call the direct. So they have the search endpoint, which gives you multiple types of responses, channels, videos, everything else, but it doesn't have all the information about them. If you want more info, you have to call, in this case, we called specifically the channels endpoint, which also gave us things like subscriber count in the statistics, the banner URL and all that stuff. So we'd have to do a similar thing here where we search for all of the videos of that channel. And then for each video, we'd have to do client.video.list to also get things like statistics, probably like view count and stuff like that. Yeah. So yeah, and I mean, you could probably get resolution in here somewhere. We'd have to look at this specific response, but the issue is we're not calling videos because we only have channel IDs. So we have to call search to get videos for a specific channel ID. And then with each video ID, we could then in turn call this endpoint. I actually don't think I'm going to do that right now. So just these properties, eventually we'll add more metadata to them. So let's just do this. Data.items.for each item. If item is a thing, because I think even item can be undefined. Wait. I'm pretty sure item can be undefined. Then we'll say videos.push, and we have to define all of those properties. I'm going to go back to the comments that I had earlier, because that actually tells me where to grab each one of those things. Yeah, so this is how we're going to reformat it. Yeah, I think we actually found this out. I think their TypeScript type is wrong, because technically item can be undefined. We hit that bug where the array had a single undefined item inside of it. So we definitely need to check, is item a thing? And if it is, we're going to push this stuff into it that we'll have to grab. And then this is going to be a YouTube video API response. What's up, Bardooner? We're working with the YouTube API right now. So this gives us back videos for a specific channel. And now we're reformatting it to be a little bit nicer. So this. And then this. And then this. And then this. Cool. And I'll call this video, because I know it's going to be a video. Okay. Now, the fact that all of these can be undefined, we need to come up with some defaults. This is where we get weird with it. So we'll say title is this, or no title. I have a couple of videos on Reduce on my YouTube channel. If you just search for Coding Garden Reduce on YouTube, you got a couple of them that might help you out. If the video ID doesn't exist, we got bigger problems. So I'm gonna assume that it exists, because if you don't have a video ID, then there's no point in showing the video. Yeah, did someone get the link to the YouTube channel? Yeah. Also, it's easier if you go to the video, coding.garden/videos. It pulls videos from both the YouTube archive and my main channel. So you can search across both of them. Yeah, a quick explanation of array reduce is one of them. Start there. This is like 3 or 4 minutes long. This one is we literally write reduce from scratch, the polyfilling reduce. And then in this one, I have like at least 10 different exercises where you can practice using reduce. And I pair with the noob so you can see all the questions that they ask. Yes. if there's no video ID, we just rickroll them. Yeah, we want to do that too, Nick. It's gonna be a to do though, just because this API endpoint doesn't give us that. As far as I can tell, we'll log it out. we technically have to take the video IDs and then pass them into a separate API request. But we'll do that eventually. Because I don't think at a high level we get any sort of statistics. So thumbnail URL is going to be this. And if neither of those exists, then we have some kind of placeholder. And for now, did we end up specifying a default banner URL? No, we said it could be null. Well, yeah, so we'll just handle that on the front end then. So we're going to update our type and say that this can be null. In our type. Thumbnail URL can be null. And then channel title. Yeah. This reminds me though, these should be these should be translated. We'll handle that in a future live stream, but what we probably also need is a linter rule where anytime it sees text like this, it's like, hey, you should be using the internationalization library. Because at this point we've broken internationalization. Fix them? The only issue is I need somewhere to host it. Oh, like a garden? Yeah. Yeah, we'll make this a to-do. To-do. Internationalization. Did we add our to-do up here as well? Because again, this also, yeah, we got it. That those all three of those need to be internationalized as well. Oh, it's random? So it just so happens that we got a forest on the coding garden. Nice. Nice. We won't use that for now though. Okay. Oh, and then we also probably want a published at date. What if this is just a timestamp though? Like that, and then we make it a timestamp. So for every video, we get this, and then published at is going to be video.snippet.published at. And we turn it into a date. And we get the time. Yeah. Welcome in, Aditya. Glad to see you. I think we're doing okay. Why is this complaining? Can you not create a date with undefined? I guess technically you can. We'll do this. If there is a date, do it. Otherwise, is it date.now? Yeah, grab that. Cool. So now this grabs all of the videos, and then we should be able to just sort them by b.published at, which is a number, minus a.published at. I'm curious though if it's possible that the published date is in the wrong format to pass into a date object, because it feels like our sort isn't actually working. Oh, you know what it is? We probably need to pass in an order by on the search. Let's look at the API to see if there's a property to order by created at or published at. YouTube dates are funky. I thought that, yeah, but I thought they were like ISO formatted. Let's see. Order. Date. Date. Cool. So we get the last 10 videos from a given channel ordered by date. And we do that for every channel. And then we sort them. And then we're good to go. Seems fine. But now we update our front end because now the UI should be broken because it expected it to be a different type. Like this. So now this should just be video.video ID. That. And this should be video.channel title. And this should be video.title. Ascending or descending? Does it give us an option? So it just says date. Reverse chronological order based on the date they were created. So this should show us most recent, right? Yeah, I think it defaults to to descending. And hello, Cardelius Cortez. Welcome in. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. That should be fine. Yeah, so the our plan, I don't know if we're gonna have enough time for it, but our plan today was to start caching these responses. Because right now we're calling the YouTube API every time we need info from them. We want to cache the results eventually. But let's see. Do I have any lists? I don't have a list. Let's make a list of cooking channels. So all my favorite cooking channels. We got the Babish Culinary Universe. That button isn't centered. Since we're here, we'll center the button. So on the channel card, I think this is compact mode. Let's make it a let's make it a grid. Place content center. Is it content centered? Yeah. Oh, I see. The button is even below that. We'll do a conditional class. Because the button is... Wait. Oh, yeah, the button gets put into that slot. So this is the one that needs to center it. We will say... make this a grid... if it is compact. And then make this content center if it's compact. It's not quite working. Let's look at it. Oh, there's a nested div. Divs on divs, I think. Yeah, because then you have the header and the footer. Oh, but then the footer is justify end. Okay. We just need to remove justify end if it's not compact. Nice. I guess, honestly, though, I guess if it's compact, then we'll say justify center. Yeah, that's what we want. Winner. Okay. So that's there. We also want Munchies. Though I feel like Munchies posts way too many videos, but we'll add it. Let's also add Maddie Matheson. Like that. While we're here, when it's loading, let's hide the values that are already there, right? Because if I search for bon appetit, it should hide it while the loading is spinning. I'm on a Mac. Exclamation mark setup. It has info about the Mac that I'm on. Yeah, I'm on an M1 Mac. 16 gigs is good enough for me for all that I do. I run Docker. I guess that's probably the most resource heavy thing that I do. But yeah, the M1 Mac works for me. Okay. Where does this channel search thing happen? This is going to be in the channel selector, I feel like. I think it's the top level page. That shows. No, it's channel search. Channel search. Wait. Man, I called it the wrong thing. I'm gonna rename this so that the component names match up. Cool. Okay, but on channel search, loading gets set to true. So if loading is true, don't show the stuff. Like that. Well. The rename of the file did not change it. I think I'm literally only replacing it in one spot. And thank you, Aditya. I appreciate that. You were very kind. Thank you for being kind. Channel search. There we go. Okay. So now you search for Babish. It loads. We add it. Shows up. We do another search for Maddie Matheson. It hides. And then then it doesn't show the results at all. If we go back to channel search, did I do not? So if the results are there and we are not loading, show it all. Are we not setting loading back to false? I think we are. I guess we could do an else if. How does an else if work in Svelte? Else if. This. This is really what I want. Because if we're loading, show that. Otherwise, show that. I don't know why this would be any different, but it's fine. And then this progress radial, I actually want to be in the center as well. So let's make it that. Okay, let's try again. I'm coming along to the svelte syntax. Babish. Wait, That wasn't in the center. Await blocks? But these aren't streamed. This actually comes from like the form enhancement. Place content center. Nice. But it's breaking again. Literally that entire div gets hidden from us. Why? Why? All I did was create an else if. What? Yeah, I think it might be hard to honestly, it might be hard to hide the button because this is a nested component. What is wrong with my syntax right now? Attempt to close an element that was not opened. It was opened right here. Look at that. This div belongs. do I really not know how to write HTML? This div. Oh, I didn't close the if. Okay, I was like, what? What? Okay, great. That was a me problem. Yeah, so this is the baffling thing, right? So like if I don't do an else if, both of the things show up. Add it. But if I do an else if, everything hides. Yeah, it's gone. It's completely gone. Is this a bug in form enhancement or am I crazy? So my original thing to try was I did not loading, but that also made it disappear. No server error. It's just baffling. Yeah, and then it's broken until I refresh the page. Should it just be else? Well, then I can't iterate over the results, but I think it's worth a try. Yeah, I cannot read properties of null. Did we find a bug in SvelteKit? Like, Basically, like if I don't render this, then it just disappears from the page. Loading gets set by the form action here. It was this. It was else if form results. Yeah, okay, we're gonna try multiple things. We're gonna restart the dev server. Close the tab entirely. And now try it. So, well, I tried it as two separate if statements, but because like, yeah, the first thing I tried, which made sense, was this. So, one if statement with loading, and then if form results and not loading, show this. So this is the first thing I tried, and for whatever reason, it made it all disappear. Like literally nothing shows up. But this should work. Right? Like there's nothing weird that I'm doing here. I guess I can do some logging in the form enhance. So like. I guess the other aspect of this is I think it works on the first try. So first time, and that's like the first form submission. Great. And then now the next one, loading, and then everything disappears. Do I need to make it watchable? Because then it's, if you think about what's happening here, it's the fact that like this doesn't exist or doesn't know about it, and loading doesn't exist. I'd be curious though, if we add this little watcher here to console log loading, if this fixes it, then we know it's like a weird like watcher bug. Where like now that we're paying attention to the loading value, if this works, let's see. Loading, add. Loading, gone. But if we look in the console, we should see. So results, data, results. There's Maddie Matheson. So like this is the these are the results, but they're not accessible. And then we're setting it back to false. Okay, here we go. Can't access property reduce. Channels is undefined. Let's fix that. Which page dot svelte? This is the issue of the naming convention in SvelteKit. I don't know which one. Create page dot svelte. Channels are, I see. So channels, empty array. And then right here, it's saying it's undefined. Where are we setting the channels? See you later, Shark Turnip. Thanks for hanging out. Well, the error in the request doesn't make any sense to me because all we're doing is changing how it's rendered. I mean, I can do this. I can do this. I can say channels or that, but when and where does channels even get set? Like this is baffling me right now. Like I don't know where do we even set channels? Does it get set? Oh, it gets set in the search component. I see, because we bind channels here, and then in channel search, we literally update channels somehow. And we're expecting that channels get set from the form action. So here, we need to do that. That's probably it, isn't it, Veeb? Let's just see really quick. Welcome in, Itash. Glad to see you. Yeah, and then we don't do this anymore. Honestly, this is the troubles of data binding. It's like figuring out where data is set is tricky when you're setting it in multiple spots. No. So that's not it. We will do this because apparently it's getting set to undefined somewhere. Where, honestly though, I can't even tell, where are we setting channels? Because like this returns a results array, and then we use that here. And then in the channel card actions, it gets access to the channels. This does all the internal stuff for handling a form. This like sets all the available values. Oh, channels is the the list of channels up here. It's the list of channels up here. It's not the API response. The API response is only ever used right here. Channels are channels that you have added to your list. That's all that is. And so they start off as empty when the page loads. Yeah, okay, so I think I just changed this. Let's see if this fixes it, but that means that somewhere channels is getting set to undefined. No, can't access property length. Context is undefined. All right. Here's the thing. This bug only pops up if I do this. If I get rid of that, everything works, which tells me like it's a bug in Svelte, and I don't feel like, or SvelteKit, I don't feel like figuring it out. We just can't conditionally render. We can't conditionally render this thing because we're using the form actions stuff. Because watch, now it works. See, it works perfectly fine. Oh, you know what? It has to be a bug in Svelte. The fact that we are conditionally rendering the area that's going to be updated by the form results, it disappears, and then Svelte doesn't know how to update that section with the latest data. So what we can do, instead of not showing it, we can hide it with CSS. That is what we will do. This is it. Hidden, because it's not on the page, and so then SvelteKit didn't know how to update it. I think that's it. But is hidden a class here? Yeah, display none. That's what we're gonna do, and this is gonna fix it. Instead of conditional rendering, we're conditionally rendering it, but it's still on the page. It's just hidden. And then nice. That's it. And I think that has to be a bug in SvelteKit. I don't even know how to describe the bug to them, but basically, because this section gets updated dynamically using the form action data, SvelteKit doesn't know how to target it because it got removed from the page. So it doesn't. It's not that it's okay to remove it from the flow of the page. Basically, SvelteKit needs a reference to that DOM element, and with display hidden or display none, it still has a reference to the element. Like we'll watch this, and then it should get that hidden class get applied to it. Or not. I don't know where it is. Maybe it's in the nested one. But cool. Yeah, I tried else if, but the else if also removes it from the page when it's loading, and then it can't target it. So basically, it needs to always be there after the first load. Otherwise, SvelteKit doesn't know how to target it. Okay, so this is let's make this cooking channels. All my favorite cooking channels. And create. I don't like this. It hangs on this page. Oh, here we go. YouTube meta.create invocation. Null constraint violation in fields, banner URL. Again. There we go. And then now, this is really what we were also testing, because we, the video response is now our reformatted response. We got hung up on style bugs and such, but basically what we had worked on was this right here, where we are reformatting the videos that we got back. Cool. It's happening, everybody. We got an app. And you know, the other cool thing is, let's do this. So right here, we're not showing which channels are in this list, but now we can do that because we have all of the metadata. So on the channel list page, here on the server side, right now we're including, so items need to include their meta, and then meta needs to include YouTube meta if it exists, which it will exist. But now that we include YouTube meta, we'll get access to channel title, channel URL, etc. And now on the page itself, we can iterate over all of those. So yeah, we get the list title, the description, and then right here, We want to show a bunch of cards. So we can say each data.list. Channels? Items? What is it called? Items. List.items. And here we want a channel card. And what's the only required prop? Channel. Item dot meta dot YouTube meta. And then it's possibly null. So we only show it if it's not null. And then what else are we missing on this? Locale is missing in type channel YouTube meta, but required in type channel YouTube channel API meta API response. What? Oh. Why are we passing the locale to the channel card? Oh, because we're formatting the number. Okay. Easy enough. Let's look how do we get the locale over here? I think it's just data.locale, right? Yeah, data.locale. Easy. Easy. So now data.locale. I'm missing the letter E. All right, now let us put this in a nice little div. Make it a grid with one column, or as do 2 columns on mobile, and then if you're not on mobile, you get 3, and any larger than that, we get 4. And then place content center. Is that how that would work? See what happens. Nothing. Nothing. It apparently it doesn't have the items. Let's log in on the server side. Yeah, so anything larger than large, like Excel, will have 4 columns. What am I doing? On the server side. Here they are. Right, because you have this, and then items, item.meta. No, it's not finding it. YouTube meta is null. Let's double check that it's getting put into our database. I thought we put it into our database. So we have list item meta, which has these, and then I would expect, yeah, oh no, YouTube meta has nothing in it. I thought we inserted into YouTube meta. Yeah, it didn't put it in there. Let's double check our code. Right here. It created the list item meta, but it did not create the YouTube meta. What could have gone wrong? Let's just try it again. Let me clear out the data. And try creating again. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it should have thrown an error here, which would have been caught here, which would have shown a form error. Oh. Well, it can be undefined is the thing, but I think you're totally right. Like technically speaking, we need to create the YouTube meta first because this references it. But since we said it could be undefined, I think you can create them in either order. But I think you're right. Like here we were saying YouTube meta origin ID. Oh no, then we have to pass it in. Yeah, okay, yeah. We have to create it and pass it in. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Mally Earth. Appreciate that. Okay, it's multifaceted, multifaceted. This gives us back the YouTube meta, right? Yeah. And then here we can specify the YouTube meta origin ID, which is this origin ID. But the thing is, technically, it doesn't need to exist because origin ID is the same in both tables. YouTube meta. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I like that. We're getting into the more advanced features of the ORM, but connect or create. Where is that? Oh, here. Does it need like data? What does connect or create want? Where? Create. Well, then what is create? I probably should just look at the docs. Where? Oh, I see. I have to say origin ID is channel dot origin ID. If it exists, otherwise we create that one. This is really cool though. So basically this kind of does it all in one go. We're like creating the relationship and the thing itself. Ultimately, it shouldn't exist. It shouldn't exist because there's only it's one-to-one. But this should create it for us. Is there just a create? Yeah, actually, that's what I want. Because I know it's not going to exist. I mean, I say that. Yeah. Great. All right. Let's try again. Let's delete these lists. I thought we had like on delete cascade. Delete the list item? Cool. And then we can delete the list. Cool. And then if we go back to the app, there's nothing. We'll try one more time. Let's just see. Okay. YouTube meta is still null. And thanks, Look too. Why? Why is it still null? I mean, yeah, they're not in the YouTube meta table. Hey, thanks, Damon. Thanks for the 8 months. That's awesome. Should be YouTube meta instead of channel. Well, this I called it channel, but it's formatted in the same way as YouTube meta. That's why Prisma isn't complaining here, because it wants it to look like that, and then this does look like that. This should have thrown an error, though, right? Right? It didn't throw an error. Maybe there's just something wrong with the way I've defined this schema. Channel shouldn't be because channel is where the name and image URL are coming from. Right? And we can see that those got set in the database. Take a break. Well, I'm gonna figure this out first. Gotta figure this out. Here. Because, yeah, so we get back to channel. That's how we use the name and the avatar URL. And so the fact that those exist in our database, image URL, it has info on it. Passing the segment in my REST query. Do you mean this? Because I am. Ultimately, like, what's really weird is this code is definitely running. It's definitely inserting the list item meta, but it's not inserting the YouTube meta. Let's just do some debugging. Okay. So we go back over here. We create the coding garden. We add both of these. Okay, if this still breaks, I'll try that. Basically, specifying it differently, but yeah. So those two, that worked. The fact that these two are right here. I guess adding a console log changed it. Was the file not saved? Don't tell me the file wasn't saved. I would just die if the file wasn't saved. No, it absolutely was because we changed the code, right? What's up, Doppio? Welcome in. File saved. Okay. Let's add a little bit of styles while we're here. Like I want this to have a little bit of margin around it. And then we're going to try one more time. What's the difference between YouTube meta and YouTube meta origin ID? It all has to do with relationships. Excuse me. So YouTube meta is an object-oriented thing, and that's set by Prisma. So in my code, I can just say item.youtubemeta.subscriber count. But it's not stored like that in our database. In the SQL database, we only store like the ID relationships. So in the database, this is the only thing that's actually stored is the origin ID. And then when we query it with our Prisma client, it takes this, looks it up over here, and then sets this property to be the actual data. Does that help? So like this references this with SQL, like nothing special there. And then this is set by the ORM based on that relationship. All right. That looks nice though. So now you can see all of the channels on the list. Let's try one more time. Let's just get rid of, oh no, let's get rid of the 2 cooking channels so that way they try to get their meta stuff again. So now let's create a cooking channel, cooking list. Yeah, if it doesn't work with this, then we know there's a deeper problem that I'm not going to debug today. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Malareth. Appreciate you. All right, the Babish Culinary Universe. Maddie Matheson. You suck at cooking. Internet Shaquille. Did I spell that right? Yeah. Bon appetit. Linus Tech Tips. We'll do that after this. We'll create a list of all the Linus Tech Tips channels. And Munchies. Cool. All right. Create. Only 2 of them got created. There's a bug somewhere. The rest of them are in there. You can see that Babish and Maddie Matheson are in there, and but these are the only 2 that got put into the database. Oh, is it? Oh, you know what it is? I wasn't deleting the list item meta. That's why. I need to reset my entire database is the issue. It's okay. I swear it's not that. It's that they existed already over here, which means we didn't create their YouTube meta. That's the issue. See? We're going to start over. We're going to delete everything. Our database structure was too much in flux and we had too much existing data. So we got to get rid of all this. Yeah, it's a bunch of nulls. Gotta nuke that database. Get rid of everything. Honestly, you're also seeing like the Prisma workflow. The fact that we can do this in Prisma Studio, like in the app, I don't have the ability to delete anything yet, but in Prisma Studio, I can like wipe everything out. Cool. All right. One more again. Cooking channels. Oh, my favorite cooking channels. Babish. Maddie Matheson. You suck at cooking. Internet Shaquille. Cool. This is it. Create. There they are. So now you can see that this list has all of these channels. Blame the cache? I know. I think I would just blame the fact that we've been updating the database structure, and there was one point where I didn't wipe it out. So this one page has videos, the 10 latest videos of all 4 of these channels. Cool. Cool. The issue is 1 arm length away from the monitor. Yeah, about. Possibly America 2050? Can we somehow filter the channel basis? Yes. I mean, so there's a lot of cool things we can do now on this page. Well, not yet, because we still need to cache the API response. What if I don't want 8,000 iframe embeds? That's for next time. It's in our to-do list though, because yeah, okay. So first of all, yeah, we didn't even get to caching, but we need to lazy load the videos and embeds. Honestly, I think that's the last thing I'm going to work on, and then I'm going to get out of here. But we still need to cache the YouTube API response. We haven't done that. What we have done, though, is we've refactored the code in a way that when we do our caching, this is the only file we're going to need to touch. Everywhere else that's calling the YouTube API references this file. So now we can figure out our caching strategy and do it in this one file. Everywhere else doesn't care. They get back the correctly formatted types and responses, which is good. That was a good first step. Next time, API caching. Right now, a little bit of lazy loading. It's not going to be amazing, but we're going to do our best to not load a bunch of iframes all at once. But what I was also saying is you could do a lot of cool things. So first of all, we can change the sort order. You could also decide, oh, well, right now I actually don't want to see any videos from the Babish Culinary Universe, so like uncheck it, and then this list refreshes that doesn't include those. The one thing I want to do is hide YouTube shorts. Like, I don't really like to watch those as much, so we could also say, show me videos, but don't show me YouTube shorts. And a whole bunch of other sorting options, like sort by views, like show me the 10 most popular videos from each one of these creators, that kind of thing. I've never heard of a light YouTube embed. Oh yeah, and then that's the other thing that I kind of have envisioned. And so like some channels upload all the time. Like it's honestly why I didn't add munchies to this list, because they upload like 5 videos a day. And if you add munchies to the list, then it's going to be dominated by that. But you could have an interesting sort where you alternate channels, right? So you have the 10 latest videos of every channel, but it alternates one after another, even though they're publishing at different times. Yeah, a lot of cool stuff you could do. A faster YouTube embed. Faster than a sneeze. But how does it work? Is round robin the right word? But ultimately, that basically gives you a viewing experience that's more diversified, right? You're not going to see the same channel over and over again. But yeah, alternating between them. Like, yeah, pick one from each and then go back around and pick one from each. I'm just curious how they do this. They prefetch all the stuff. They use the iframe API. And then set a few properties. Show image and load iframe on click. I see. Well, I'm just going to do that myself, but we can decide if we want to pull in another library later. But let's do that. That's the last thing we're going to do is lazy loading. So by default, we only show the image, and then when you hover or when you click, we show the embed. So for that, we're going to need a new component, and we're going to put it probably just in lib. I feel like this is going to be a very reusable component. Something like YouTube video, we'll spell it out. YouTube video embed. Got a script. And then it has a prop, which is the video. And this is going to be the YouTube video API response, like that. And then in the UI, we have some state here. So on click modal with the video. Yeah, well, we want to change the entire player experience. Absolutely. I think we're going to have a separate playing video for that. So like when you click a video, it potentially becomes the main thing, like it enlarges, everything else is below it. Yeah, we have to think about all of that, but we'll do that eventually. For now, we'll just make it so that this doesn't have 40 iframe embeds. So we grab the video. Great. Now, on the page itself, we are adding the iframe just like this, but instead, I want to say YouTube video embed. Actually, this entire thing. This entire thing is going to be pulled into a component. And then video, like that. Cool. It's a card, and we'll have something like hover. Show the play button over the thumbnail. Eventually, I'm just gonna do it super basic for now. Honestly, eventually we'll probably bring that library in that you shared because it seems to handle a lot of that stuff. But for now, just basic interactivity. Hover defaults to false, and then can we do something like on mouse enter? We'll say hover true. Why doesn't it like that? Arrow function should not return an assignment. Great. And then if we are hovering, well, if hover has been set to true, then we show the iframe. Otherwise, we show the image. How does else work? Cool. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, it's not going to play on hover. It just, the embed will kick in, which allows you to click play. I see what you're saying though. The source is going to be video.thumbnail. The alt text is going to be video.title. That's it. And then we set the aspect ratio on this as well. Wow. Okay, so now this all loads really quick, which is great. Also, you can see some of the images are not the best, but yeah, now the moment I hover over it, now I can start actually playing it. You can see that it just swaps it out really quick. I see what you're saying though. So like if we call this like clicked instead, and then on click. What? Why are you complaining? Oh, well then if it's clicked, then we have to deal with accessibility. All right, I'm gonna go back to hover, and we're gonna work on this later, because this is fine. This is fine. There's one more cool thing we can do though. Yeah. So first of all, let's work on the styles. So users should know that they can click. So we do that with cursor pointer, right? Easy. Second of all, also these aren't going to be iframe embeds. I guess there was actually never, we would never have this many iframe embeds on a page because we actually would have an individual video page that only has one iframe at a time. I would say React is harder. You just have to write a lot more code with React. You have to manually manage dependencies, or manage dependencies of use effect and like use memo or like computed properties. Svelte automatically keeps track of everything. You don't have to manually specify dependencies. And in Svelte, you don't have immutable data. You can just change the data and it automatically changes. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. But one thing we'll do before I go is literally just put the word lazy right there. Lazy load. Isn't there a built-in lazy property? I'm pretty sure there is. HTML image lazy. Oh, loading equals lazy. Is that right? That is right. But what this means now, what is happening? What did I do? Please make sure your database server is running. Well, invalid character S. My Docker just went down. Docker desktop has stopped. Well, that's a sign. That's a sign. It's fine. It's fine. Basically, all that would do is the images that were below the fold would not load until we actually scroll to them, and that's just built into browsers, built into the HTML. All right, we got more code. It's another work in progress. And I'll push it up. Gotta see it. I'm not gonna. I really. I just can't. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if I can. Docker has stopped. Let's see if we can get Docker going. No, that's got to be it today. I've been live for 4.5 hours. We got some stuff done though. You know what we really did in those 4.5 hours? It took us 4.5 hours to take the code that I wrote in an hour and make it more maintainable and better. Well, yeah. I always forget that I don't have to type the full branch name. What's up, Sip and Tears? Welcome in. But If you want to look at the code that we wrote today, it's on this PR here. I'm gonna get out of here real quick. A shout out to what's happening? Cool. I have a course. I have a live course coming up, and you can potentially attend. So if you go to reactroots.com, you can find more info about it. This page has a rundown of what it is, when it is, what's going to be covered, and then there's 2 ways to attend. So anyone can watch for free on Twitch. You can look at the calendar, see the specific days when it's happening. But if you buy a ticket, you'll get access to a Discord, exercises, projects, and help from me. So if you go here, you could potentially get a ticket to this because it's happening on specific days at specific times. Think of it as like a live classroom that's happening. So definitely check that out if that's something that's you'd be interested in. Reactroots.com. All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna get out of here. I will say this: if you join the mailing list, if all of the coupon codes haven't been used up on Monday, the 27th, I'll be sending out my weekly newsletter, and I'm going to include a 20% off code for the course in that. So if you potentially want to get a bigger discount than early bird, I guess it's 25%, then join the mailing list. If you look at this site though, it does talk about discount codes, because if you use early bird, you can get 20% off. I think there's only like 2 or 3 of those left though. Svelte roots. Yeah, I could reuse that branding for all of the different things. Cool. All right. We have a Discord. If you had questions today that I didn't get to answer, definitely join the Discord. We have a help forum where we can help out. And I've been talking about it the whole stream, but I do have a YouTube channel. Definitely check out my YouTube channel. Follow me over on Twitter. That's it. That's all. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. This was a fun one. We're gonna keep going. I do this stream every Friday, working on this specific app. So I'll be live again next Friday, working on the same thing. You can check out the live stream calendar here. It's not updated for next week yet, but if you keep an eye on this, you'll see when I'm going to be live next week. Okay. Yeah. Thank you all. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate you. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.